Good evening. It is now 6:30 p.m. and I would ask that if you would please bow your heads as I lead us in the invocation, and then please stand as well for the Pledge of Allegiance. And you're welcome to stand as well. Father God, we just thank you for this day that you have created. We ask that you will just give us your wisdom and guidance in all that we do. And we just thank you for this day and pray for peace throughout this land and especially here throughout Henry County. And we ask all of this and all those agree in Jesus' name. Please say amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome to tonight's Board of Commissioners meeting, and it is now hereby called to order. At this time, are there any revisions or adjustments to the agenda? Okay, Commissioner Holmes.
We'll amend the agenda to add the master plan for Cochran Park.
Okay. And we will make a note of that. So Cochran Park addition. Okay. Yes. Commissioner. Okay, and that is item
D as in dog.
17D. Yes.
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think so. Okay. Any other changes or adjustments? Commissioner Clements.
I would like to make a change to remove the Hampton annexation from the agenda. I don't know if the board had an opportunity to look at it, but it's 1,900 acres. It's a large amount of land, and they're trying to annex out of the county. Right now it's zoned RA, and I'll just tell you my concern is that this could become more warehousing, and that may be the purpose of them moving out of the county. I have not had a conversation with the City of Hampton Council about how they plan to let the rezoning take place on this, or if there's rezoning. And I'm just moving to remove this item from the agenda and to allow us time to have a discussion with the city, the property owners about this before we make a call on it.
Okay, so we've got remove planning and zoning item 17D, which relates to RZ 1911 regarding a rezoning from R3 to C3 for property located at 101 Highway 138E. We also have a request to remove item 17F, which is the Seat of Hampton annexations. And what we will do is add the master plan to Cochran Park to the agenda, and we will add that after the consent agenda. Any other changes or recommendations from the board? At this time, we'll now call for a motion. We have a motion
Second.
And a second. Any further changes or comments or discussions? All in favor? Okay, the changes and amendments are noted. We're now moving to the next item regarding a proclamation for the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we will introduce Ms. Melissa Robinson up for our presentation.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Tonight we have a proclamation in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas every year too many Americans are touched by the pain and hardship caused by cancer, with 268,000 women and more than 2,600 men diagnosed annually. And whereas breast cancer is the second most common form of cancer found in women in the United States and the second leading cause of cancer death overall among American women, with a staggering 41,000 lives lost each year. And whereas many people have endured the heartbreak of losing someone to breast cancer, and it's the memories of those loved ones that drive us to find a cure, and thanks to early detection and improved treatment options, deaths from breast cancer have decreased significantly in the last decade. And whereas all women are encouraged to talk to their healthcare providers about mammograms and other methods of early detection, as well as the risk of developing breast cancer and what can be done to reduce that risk, to raise awareness of breast cancer and support research, prevention, and early detection so that we will move closer to eradicating this deadly disease. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Henry County Board of Commissioners that October is designated as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we urge all Henry County residents to spread awareness of this disease, provide support for those affected by this illness, and educate others on its prevention and early detection. This 15th day of October, 2019, signed by Chair Wood and attested by County Clerk Stephanie Braun. And I wanted to mention that this year, we are very proud to announce that Henry County District 5 Commissioner Bruce Holmes and Henry County Building and Plan Review Director George Patterson have been selected to be ambassadors for the Piedmont Henry Hospital's Real Men Wear Pink campaign. Commissioner Holmes and Mr. Patterson have compelling personal stories that have fueled their passion to educate others, and they're joined by other influential men in the community to help spread awareness of breast cancer and the importance of early intervention. We are very proud of them for their work on behalf of breast cancer awareness, and we thank them for their service to such an important cause. And we'd like to get a picture with them receiving the proclamation.
Well, we thank you for that. And then after this proclamation, we'll, from there, stay remaining and allow the proclamation for the fire prevention to proceed afterwards, okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if we will join our celebrities, Commissioner Holmes and Mr. Patterson, for our Real Men Wear Pink, and we just appreciate you all for definitely helping to raise the awareness for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so.
And Chair, we'd like to invite anyone in the audience who would like to come up and show their support as well.
And of course, anyone who's a survivor or feel like they've been touched by, so we do welcome you to come up as well. So thank you.
Good evening, board members. We also have another proclamation recognizing October as Fire Prevention Month. The proclamation reads, whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at great risk for fire. According to the National Fire Protection Association, home fires resulted in more than 2,334 civilian deaths in 2018. And whereas it is critical to take precautionary measures to reduce the risk of fire and to protect families and property, as every moment counts during a fire, and smoke alarms help save lives. And whereas it is important to regularly check and maintain smoke alarms, as these devices can provide life-saving warnings if there is a fire in the home. And whereas Henry County's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the county also honors the brave firefighters who have lost their lives in the line of duty and their families, as well as those fires who continue to put themselves in harm's way to safeguard our lives and property, as our firefighters are heroes who deserve our respect and gratitude for the selfless service they provide to our communities. And whereas Henry County is also committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting our county, and urges everyone to have a home fire escape plan in order to quickly and safely escape a home fire situation, including having two exits from every room in the home, a path to the outside from each exit, smoke alarms in all required locations, and a meeting place outside where everyone in the home will meet upon exiting. And whereas the 2019 Fire Prevention Week theme, Not Every Hero Wears a Cape, plan and practice your escape, effectively serves to remind us that we need to take personal steps to increase our safety from fire. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Henry County Board of Commissioners that the month of October 2019 shall be known as Fire Prevention Month throughout the county, during which time all citizens are urged to protect their homes and families by heeding the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Month and supporting the many public safety efforts of Henry County's Fire Department. This 15th day of October 2019, signed by Chair June Wood, attested by County Clerk Stephanie Braun. And the Fire Department personnel, can you please stand and come and take a picture?
So we thank you for both those proclamations, and again, considering this Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we do encourage everyone to encourage your loved ones to please get checked, and of course we want to commend our heroes who are selflessly giving of themselves to keep us safe. So we thank you for that, and to remember to check your smoke detector batteries as well. So we're now moving to our next item, which is the Board of Commissioners' designation to a friend's house. And at this time, this is a resolution to designate Commissioner Vivian Thomas to serve on the Board of Directors of a friend's house. This will have to, make their own appointment, so this is a recommendation for her to be considered by a friend's house Board of Directors. Are there any questions or comments or thoughts from the board? Okay, we're considering this recommendation to designate Commissioner Vivian Thomas to serve on the Board of Directors of a Friend's House pending the approval of the Friend's House Board of Directors. We're now open for a motion.
Approved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any comments or questions, objections? All in favor? Okay, and I'll definitely make a note that that was a unanimous vote. Okay, so at this time, we will now invite a guest in from the Atlanta Region Commission, and I see Mr. Mike Carnathan that is here to represent Mr. Mike Alexander this evening, and he will be here to present an update regarding changing demographics that's impacting the metropolitan Atlanta area and also Henry County. So we welcome you here this evening.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I really appreciate y'all inviting me down here to share a little bit of information about what we're doing up at the Atlanta Regional Commission and how some of the data that we were collecting on Henry County and other counties in our region are informing our long-range planning. Because as you know, the Atlanta Regional Commission works with our cities and works with our counties to develop these long-range plans. And so I just want to take a little bit of slice of that and kind of share with you some of our thinking about what we're thinking about in the future, and also share some data about Henry County and specifically some of the forecasts that we just released last week. And so we always, when we're thinking about planning for the region, we use a lot of hard data, and trust me, we have 6,000 pieces of data about every single city, neighborhood, county in the entire state. But we also like to take the pulse of the residents. And we do that through something called Metro Atlanta Speaks. And this is what this is showing you, and we always ask, what is the biggest problem facing the region? And transportation usually comes up number one. And you'll see how those folks in Henry County answered that question. And you'll see transportation and really crime are the two biggest issues your residents are thinking about, or at least your residents responded when answering this question. And so we also use hard data to kind of get a pulse of where we are as a region. And last month, we actually developed our 2019 population estimates, which is different than forecasts. I'm going to share those forecasts with you later. But you'll see how Henry County is. And so we estimate Henry County's population as of April 1st, 2019 to be around 241,000. Now, if you look at trends over time, you'll see that Henry County, for the last 20, 30 years, has been one of the fastest growing counties in this region. Now, all growth has slowed down a little bit since the Great Recession, but you'll still see that Henry County is adding about 4,100 folks each and every year since 2010. Now, I can't give a presentation without showing you a quick little video that kind of coalesces all these trends into really 218 years of world history in 60 seconds. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video, and you're going to see two trends that have been playing out over the last 218 years. One of them is the number of children per woman, and the second trend is life expectancy. And so we're going to start this in 1800 in the United States, when the average woman had 7 kids in her lifetime, and the average life expectancy was 40. Now, what you're going to see as we go through time, you're going to see certain rebellions sort of take down life expectancy, like in China. Here comes the United States Civil War, and now we're entering the Industrial Revolution, where living conditions get better, so we start living longer. So you're going to see all those bubbles moving up, because life expectancy is getting better. Oh, here comes the Spanish influenza. That takes down the population. Here comes the baby boom. So you're going to see the green dot, the United States, move back this way, because we start having more babies. But then the baby boom ends, and now we're just living longer, having fewer kids, living longer, having fewer kids, living longer, having fewer kids, until we get to 2018, where the United States life expectancy is now 80, and the average woman has less than 2 kids in her lifetime, which is lower than replacement levels. And this is just something we like to, we always are seeking new ways to provide information, so stay tuned. There will be more moving bubble videos in this. Now, top line for the metro area is Metro Atlanta is the 4th fastest growing metro in the United States since 2010. We're behind Dallas, Houston, and New York. And this comes after a decade when Metro Atlanta was one of 3 metro areas to add more than 1 million people between 2000 and 2010. And that was right behind Dallas and Houston. And so relatively speaking, we're still one of the fastest growing metros in the nation. We're also diversifying, and we're going to talk a lot about that as we go through this presentation. Now, I did promise you that we would show you more moving bubbles. And here is now just looking at population growth since 1969. It's actually going to look at population and employment growth since 1969 for the counties in our planning area. And so again, we're starting this in 1969, and you'll see Fulton and DeKalb and Gwinnett and Clayton. Those are sort of the big 5 core counties. And you'll see that they're really kind of dominating in population growth. We get the Great Recession, it kind of slows down. Now we're getting into the forecast, and you'll see it's really a race between Gwinnett and Fulton, who's going to have the largest population by 2050. And actually, Gwinnett kind of inches out Fulton County at the end there, and so Gwinnett County will be the largest county in the region by 2050. Now, we're going to do the same video. If I can get out of this. We're going to do the same video, but we're going to take out those large counties so we can see some of the smaller counties and some of our suburban counties and how they're growing. And what you'll see is that Henry County is very firmly has grown into that sort of that second tier of growth. And so again, you'll see Clayton County, that's one of our core 5, and you'll see the population will keep going up, it'll keep going up, and you'll see Henry start emerging from that pack. And you'll see, so it's Henry, Cherokee, Forsyth, Hall County, all kind of forming that next group of really fast-growing, more suburban in nature counties. And so you'll see by 2050, Henry County, Cherokee, Forsyth will kind of be those, they won't be that suburban nature anymore, because we're talking about some serious population growth over the next 35 years. And here's just the numbers. I know, and there's a lot of numbers on this slide. Please look at this later, but what you'll see is we have several different scenarios for how Henry's going to grow, and Henry's the highlighted one. Our preferred scenario has Henry County at 370,000 by 2050, which is a growth of about 70%. So again, still one of the fastest growing counties in the 21 county planning area. And please look at this at your leisure, but you'll see that we have lots of different growth scenarios. Some forecasts have Henry as high as 550,000. And while some forecasts, including our own, have it as low as 296, we sort of chose a midpoint there. And here it is graphically depicted. Here's the 21 counties in our planning area. The blue bar represents the population as of 2015. The red bar represents what we're expecting growth over the next 35 years. And you'll see Henry County, again, firmly in that sort of that inner suburban ring of growth. If you look at it spatially and see where our growth has gone and where our growth is going to continue to go, you'll see it's mostly been skewing up north, right? It's been going up north, the northeast corridor and that east-northeast corridor, kind of chasing up 400 and chasing out 316, but you'll also see strong growth, and particularly in Henry County. And here's what I mean by that. Here's a map. And these are draft. This is going to change. The numbers are going to change. We're still working on this. But you'll see the dark brown areas represent the neighborhoods that are expected to grow the most. And you'll see Henry County is almost all buried in brown. And so when we say that Henry County is going to remain a fast-growing county, this is what we mean. Now, some of the other things that we consider when thinking about the future of the Atlanta region, thinking about the future of Henry County, is we got to look at home prices. And so this chart, these two maps, kind of really show what's been happening in the last 5 years. The chart to your left is what the home prices looked like in 2013, with that big swath of blue representing some of the kind of lower priced homes. Now you look to the chart on your right, which represents 2018, you'll see almost all of that blue is gone. And so that is a very real trend that we're feeling right now, is that a lot of this affordable housing that we had coming out of the Great Recession is gone away. Just because of that home price appreciation, we've seen it everywhere. Another thing that we obviously consider is transportation. And this is one of these complicated little visualizations that we make at the Atlanta Regional Commission, but essentially what it's looking at is you're looking at the time across, so you're looking at 1 year before the express lanes open, 1 year after the express lanes open. And up at top is the time of people traveling southbound. And those dark red colors mean that you're traveling in some serious congestion. And so if you look at the one on the left, you'll see that big red swath that really starts at 3 and goes into about 6:30. And that was a year before the express lanes open. Now look on to your right, and this is a year after those express lanes open. And now you can look at 3 to 6. It's still congested, but you'll see those levels of congestion have dropped significantly. We at the ARC, we plan some $90 billion of transportation infrastructure over the next 35 years. We like to see when transportation infrastructure investments like this pay off and actually improve people's commutes. Now, in terms of the economy, this is looking at the Atlanta region, and what we're doing is we're comparing the change in jobs versus the change in output. Now, productivity has been increasing pretty rapidly due to automation, due to technology, and what we're forecasting in the future is essentially the same. You'll see some of the fastest growing sector in the region actually is going to be healthcare and social assistance. And this is in direct relationship to the fact that we're getting older. And so we're going to need more healthcare and social assistance services as we continue to age. And so this is representative of that. You'll see that as of 2015, the retail trade sector was the largest sector in the region. Now that red bar represents the change from 2015 to 2050. And you'll see, again, that healthcare and social assistance sector will grow the most and will be the largest sector by 2050. And then finally, we can look at this county by county and look at these employment forecasts, and you'll see the core, kind of the region, where most of the employment is really concentrated are in those 4 core counties. And then you can see it on a map. Again, those browns represent where we forecast the highest growth in jobs. And then here's Henry County specifically, where, again, retail trade is the largest sector in Henry County today. It will be so in 2050, according to our forecast. But you'll see, again, healthcare, social assistance, you're going to be adding a lot of those jobs over the next 35 years. And that is what I wanted to share with you today. There's lots of resources on our website, but of course the best resource to do is just give us an email or give us a call, and we'll be happy to share any and all of this and more with you.
Well, we appreciate that presentation, and thank you for coming down as well. Are there any questions or comments from the board regarding this presentation? Okay, well, we appreciate it because it does highlight a lot of projections of where we are and where we're going, so thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move into the county manager's comments.
Good evening, Chair and board members. I know tonight we have a very lengthy agenda, so my comments are very limited this evening because I know we have a lot of things to get to. But just wanted to make the board aware that on next Thursday, October 24th, we will have our annual Henry's Night Out at the Target Shopping Center. That is an opportunity for our public safety team to showcase their community involvement and collaboration, and we invite all of our residents to come out, spend some time with our public safety team, participate in our trunk or treat activities. We'll have a lot of things that are going on, so just wanted the board to be aware of that. And then wanted to make the board aware, you all should have received an email earlier this evening regarding step 1 of a resolution that was passed by the board as we embark on creating Henry County as a county of excellence. So I've sent out some save the dates for November 5th and 6th as we kick off our first strategic planning session as we move forward to identifying some strategic priorities for the county as we enter into our upcoming 2020 year. So wanted the board to be aware of that. And then finally, I wanted to mention that I did meet with our consultant regarding our feasibility study for our convention and arena facility, and I will be sharing with the board in the coming days a progress report on the status of that feasibility study. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you for the update. Okay, now we're now moving to our consent agenda, and the following items are listed. We have from our Henry County Fire Department a resolution accepting a donation in the amount of $5,000 from the Henry Baptist Church to the Henry County Fire Department. We also have a resolution accepting a donation in the amount of $500 from Bennett International Group to the Henry County Police Department. And then we have some safety grants. One from the Henry County Police Department is a resolution accepting the 2019-2020 HEAT Award from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety Grant in the amount of $304,939 for the Highway Enforcement of Aggressive Traffic Program with no match required. The other grant is a Henry County Police Department resolution accepting the FY 2019 Justice Assistance Grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance Department of Justice in the amount of $30,467 with no match required. Are there any items requested to be removed from the consent agenda? Okay. Hearing none, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion regarding the consent agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, the consent agenda is unanimously approved. As stated earlier, we'll now move into the next item, which is a master plan of Cochran Park. So I'm not sure who's making that presentation, but we do ask that you please come forward now. Okay. Mr. Rocky Romero, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair and board members. We have here a proposed passive park for Cochran Park. As you can see, it's basically very wooded trails. We also show in here it's hard to see, but there's a trail, or not a trail, open ditch where we're going to be removing all the pipes. So no pipes will have to be reinstalled. And then we also have a pond, kind of on the lower right side, where all this water will be going towards the pond. So basically, it's it's replacing the ball fields with a passive park. And I'll take any questions from the board.
Okay, we appreciate that presentation. Are there any comments from the board?
Can you discuss? I know we had the study done on the pipes and the stormwater management. Can you talk about those pipes and the water that's underneath the surface and what happened to the pipes over the years?
So all the pipes that are out there are metal pipes, and through the year the county has replaced some pipes. In the study there were some pictures. I know there were some issues about the pictures. Some of those pictures were things that were done in the past, some repairs, but there was also pictures of current things that are there. As everybody knows, back I want to say it was July, I believe it was, when we met on site, and there was a sinkhole. There was one of the metal pipes that were corroded, and basically where the pipe that was where we had the sinkhole, it's a big line of pipe. It basically goes from the railroad tracks all the way to the entrance, and it's all metal. Yeah, there's some has been replaced, but not all of it. The study that it was done by Croy Engineering shows an estimate replacing it with concrete. So instead of metal pipe, it'll be all concrete. Concrete pipe will last 100 years plus. Versus metal. Metal will last maybe 20 to 25 years. So basically, with the study show having to replace all the pipe and also patching some of the parking lot.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Rocky, do you have an estimated cost of what this master plan is going to cost?
Yes, sir. That master plan that you're seeing there with 2 pavilions, just the 2 pavilions, the trails and the parking lot, you're looking at around $650,000.
To remove what we have and to go to that.
To build
right
this, correct. That's an estimate, $650.
Oh, wait a minute, Commissioner Wilson, you still have the floor. Do you have other questions?
So repair what we have is $600,000.
No. Well, repair.
And this is going to be $650,000.
Right. The repair is only just what we have there, just the payment, the pipes, but not replacing. Like there's a resurfacing has to be done. That's not included. So if you do the pipes and resurface what is out there for parking, you're looking at around $750,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Barn.
Yes, Rocky. I actually went up and visited Cochran Park a week or so ago, and I really expected to see a lot of problems up there. And the ball fields are in good shape up there. And the pipe, the study that we had Croy do, they didn't do any evaluation of the pipe itself. The only thing they did was do a replacement cost, what it would cost to replace the pipe.
Correct, to replace all the pipes.
And so when I looked at all the catch basins, I could tell none of them had been raised and nobody's jetting any lines. So I really don't know what the condition of these pipes really are in.
Right, and the study tells, at the very end of the study, talks about if you want a more detail, it would have to be video camera. So that would be another step if the board, that we can do. We can videotape all the pipes with a camera to see exactly the extent of it.
Do we have the capability of doing that in-house through our stormwater department?
We don't have a camera to do that, sir.
But we had the capability to jet the lines out, right?
To jet the lines, yes, we have a back
So
truck.
we could clean the lines out. And I wanted to ask you where the sinkhole was, is I didn't see inside the sinkhole, but the picture I saw, it looked like there was just where two pipes had been connected where there was a band. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what they did on the fix. I know they cover it with dirt. So I know they fixed it, but I don't know how exactly they did it. I was not there when they did fix that one section.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have a question/statement. First of all, I wish I'd kind of seen this prior to today, but again, presented today and haven't had a chance to really think through, but have we considered a plan that shows that we can repair what needs to be repaired, to open that park back up for those children to come out and enjoy the ball fields, and to consider how we can actually also have some walking paths around that. We've heard lots of questions and comments and concerns from the constituents in that area. We know that there are ball fields that are nowhere in close proximity, and I understand that there has been some transitional plan, but there's been a serious outcry about this park. And we do have, I know in the last presentation or update, there was an estimate of $592,000 to replace the pipes, as you stated, and now we're saying that there's $650,000. Now, I'm definitely in favor of passive parks and also walking trails for walkability for health purposes, but I believe we've got to look at some opportunities of what it's going to cost to get that ballpark back open. And that's where I would like to see a plan that is a master plan that includes the ballpark and some passive trails that needs to be done. And I don't know what that cost looks like. And of course, we would need to think through what would it take even from a budget standpoint. If there is funding that needs to come from the stormwater system that will address the stormwater issues. I understand also that, again, this is something unbudgeted, so we need to begin thinking about a potential plan that will meet the needs of the county. And those are my thoughts and comments. Other questions or comments from the board?
I'm not sure when this all started, but I've had a number of conversations with citizens throughout the city of Stockbridge, and I asked them what they would like to see at Cochran Park. As you know, they put metal piping underneath the surface. That piping has since rusted out, and that's what's causing the sinkhole problem. The estimated cost to replace that piping today, just to replace the piping, is nearly $700,000. That's not including repurposing the park, the asphalt, replacing the asphalt, and other things that, other upgrades that we were looking at making. So in my discussions with many citizens over the last 3 or 4 months, they all said they wanted a park similar to Village Park where they can walk, where they can enjoy all year round. And currently we have the baseball team playing at Hidden Valley Park. That park is not too far from Cochran Park. The association has been given full ownership of Hidden Valley Park, and we're going to do everything we can when SPLOST passes to make upgrades for that particular baseball program at Hidden Valley Park. But I think this is a great opportunity for not only the majority of citizens in Henry County, but also seniors. In talking to seniors, there is a great demand for pickleball in Henry County. And in this particular plan, we have pickleball courts because many seniors want that in our community, and this is something that we currently don't have. So this is a plan. This plan will be one that will be thoroughly utilized year-round. It will bring added green space to the East Atlanta area, make it more beautiful, and the majority of citizens will have access to a beautiful area in which they can enjoy.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? And I'm assuming I have not seen any resolution, so is this pretty much an update?
I'm going to motion that we move forward with the master plan.
So there's a motion to approve this master plan that has been presented. Is there a second? There's a second. Are there any questions or comments in addition to that? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now moving to the next item, which is item 11 for the tax assessor, and this is a resolution to approve contracts with the Pictionary International Corporation for a 2020 aerial flight to obtain oblique imagery of Henry County along with building outlines of all structures in the county. So we invite Mr. Self up for that presentation. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. It is a resolution seeking an aerial flight and change detection software. This item was approved during the budgetary process. The total ended up being $129,805 to be paid out in 3 installments, no interest or penalties associated with it. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. We've heard the presentation. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
To approve.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, that resolution passes unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving to the next item, which is a resolution from the Henry County Fire Department to accept the Assistance to Firefighters grant from the Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $1,268,818. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. I'm here today to discuss and ask you to approve a grant that has been awarded to the Henry County Fire Department from the Department of Homeland Security, Assistance to Firefighters grants in the amount of $1,268,818.18. This grant will be for power stretchers, stair chairs, and power load systems that provide safety enhancements not only for the citizens that we transport, but also for our personnel in this. We've spoken to several departments that utilize this technology, and they have all seen a decided decrease in back injuries and other musculoskeletal injuries from transportation of patients. We transported about 15,000 people last year, so there's a lot of opportunity for that there. The funding will provide, install, and maintain 20 power stretchers, 22 power load systems, and 15 stair chairs for Henry County Fire Department ambulances. There's a 10% local match of $126,881.82 to be provided via the Capital Projects Fund. Additionally, I did receive a congratulatory letter from Congressman David Scott, who pledged his support and his office staff support in any of our future grant endeavors, and we intend to continue to pursue grants to fund some of our programs, projects, and initiatives. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you and congratulations. Yes, 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 that is phenomenal. So we're now moving to the next item, which is a discussion-only item, and it is a presentation on the comprehensive user fee and study rate, and we're inviting up Mr. George Patterson, if he would come, as our Building and Plan Review Director, and Mr. Gordon Stryker with MGT Consulting. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Board. Staff was detailed to set up a RFP in 2018 for our impact fee studies. And the company that won the award was MGT Consulting Group, and his name is Mr. Gordon.
Well, the group is a little bit bigger than just me.
Yeah.
MGT is a national company. We've got about 100 employees all around the country, and user fee studies, cost allocation plans are our primary product line that we offer to governmental entities. We came in, we started working with Mr. Patterson and the building department and the planning and zoning department. What we were tasked to do was to identify what it actually is costing to provide the services that the department is providing to the citizens, and then create a report for you folks to make a decision on what, if any, fee changes that you're going to want to make as a result of what it's actually costing to provide those services. The report was completed. There's really two components to the report. The fee study part of it that looks at the individual fees that the building department is providing the services, and also the individual fees for the planning and zoning department. And then the second part of the report is a cost allocation plan. It's a county-wide cost allocation plan, and what it does is it identifies all of the indirect costs that the county is spending, typically through the general fund, to support all of the other departments within the county. From that, we allocate to all of the departments their share of the indirect costs, and we identified the building department and the planning department, what those costs were, and we incorporated that into the budgets, so that we had a fully loaded cost when we were looking at what the costs were for providing the services. I should say also, we've got another individual over here, Ruth Washington. Ruth Washington was our subcontractor on this project. She is from the Atlanta area. We work with Choice Business Solutions as a subcontractor on several of our projects in the Atlanta area. We're doing a similar project, cost allocation plans for the city of Atlanta, for Fulton County, and Ruth has been very helpful and instrumental with those projects also. It's a discussion. I've talked with a couple of people about this already. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the study, specific questions, detailed questions. The study was presented and finalized back in November of last year.
Okay, well, thank you. So are there any questions or comments from the board? Could you refer to me, I'm still reviewing this and going through details, but I do know that there was an assumption that we were, that we had funds that were actually collected on behalf of the building department, but that, you know, they were funds that haven't been used, and because we hadn't yet gone through the allocation process yet, and what I'm looking for is the page that kind of speaks to that concern that we've had, that we are actually collecting fees, but again, have not yet addressed any overage or over collection, or because that was the issue that was brought forward.
Are you talking about the revenue versus the expenditures page?
Yes.
Yeah. What I did was I did a detailed study for you on table. It was table 4. I guess I could.
Yeah, it's I've got the.
Does everyone have a copy of it, or do you want me to put it on the projected up there?
You can. It would be great even for the citizens to see if you've got a page that we can display.
My understanding is if I put this here, it shows up.
Yes, turn around.
Not that one.
It's upside down. What page is that?
It's page number B4.
B4.
So what I did was I looked at down the right-hand column was the total revenues that were coming in, and then the total expenditures that were being expended to basically generate the revenues. So, and it was over 6-year period of time, and then we used the budget period for 2018, which was the study, the period that we were doing the study for. So What it shows is that during the first year, 2012, there was a loss of about $68,000. What that would mean that the general fund was subsidizing the building department to the tune of $68,000. Then there is showing some gains, profits from the department. The revenues were exceeding the expenditures. The one thing that is not included in that, and I wanted to show that in the last column, in the budget column, is that there's central service costs. These are the costs that the county is spending to support these departments. This is the cost of processing payroll, the cost of the city manager, the city attorneys, the building, providing a building, insurance, IT costs. All of these are central service costs that support George's operation. And in 18, those costs were about $366,000. These are actually legitimate costs for the support of those departments. So when you add in those indirect costs, as you can see in the budget year, there was going to be a loss of $122,000. And as I said, there's nothing significant that is other than huge growth that you've had in your county, but there's nothing significant that would indicate to me that $366,000 would not proportionately be the same over the previous 5 or 6 years if you had been assessing those costs to the department to show that there really was not making money in the department. It probably was breaking even or close to it. So, but the tool that you have now in front of you is identifying what it's actually costing to provide those services, the individual services. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you, and thank you for pointing that out. So I appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Wilson.
I'm looking at a couple of charts on cost. So how did you come up with the recommended fees?
Tell me which page you're...
Well, there's several of them. There's
the recommended fees, I can tell you exactly.
Yes,
it's the same process and methodology that I use for all of the fees. So what we did was we worked very closely with George and his staff. We identified the individual costs for his staff. We look at individual employee wages. We look at and then we take all the fringe benefits that are assigned to those employees, and then we take the budgeted expenditures, and then once we identify a service, any one of the individual services, I worked with George's staff to identify how much time it was taking that they spent to do those individual services. And from that, it takes a percentage of the wages, a percentage of the fringe benefits, and a percentage of the budget to calculate what we now call a fully loaded cost to do those services. Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Just for the record, could you state the recommended change in fees that you've got stated on pages B3 and B4? It speaks about residential and commercial permitting fee adjustments.
Sure. On what page are you looking at?
B3.
B3, and it rolls into B4.
So for the residential and commercial permitting fee adjustments, you currently are charging for both residential and commercial $3.70 per $1,000 of structural evaluation. When we did the study, we looked at, I think we looked at 5 or 6 commercial and 5 or 6 residential properties and came up with an average cost that it was costing to do all of the inspections on those individual properties. For the residential, it came out to be $6.86 per $1,000 as the average. Or you need to raise your fees up to $6.68 per $1,000. Now, for the commercial projects, I noted that there was some anomalies in the sample, the 6 commercial property samples that we looked at, and that I made a notation in the report that I asked the board when they start making decisions on this to keep in mind. But the commercial properties, the study was actually showing that the cost would be reduced down to $1.55. Again, the anomalies is that the fees that were coming in were not, some of them were for warehouses, and the actual fee that was coming in was more than what gets negotiated at some point through the economic development. So I question and I caution the board about the commercial, but the residential I'm fairly confident about.
Okay. And do you have any comparison of how these fees compare to maybe surrounding areas or like
Good
communities?
Question. Good question. This is a fee study for the cost of what it is providing, what it's costing Henry County to provide the services. And so I don't typically look at comparisons because it's not really fair because we don't know how other communities are performing the services or if they're performing the services the same way that Henry County is performing. So we don't usually look at those.
Ma'am,
Yes.
just doing the research, Henry County, we charge $3.70 per thousand. City of McDonough charge $3.70 per thousand. Rockdale County, about $3.76 per thousand. So in our region, that's pretty much the going rate. If you go to Gwinnett County, they charge like $6.16 per thousand. But that's on the north end of the regional. Now in the beginning, before the impact study, the fees used to be $4 per thousand. When the county negotiated the impact fees on residential, that's when the board came with agreement that they will lower the per thousand to receive the $16.61 on the impact fees per house. Now, a lot of jurisdictions don't charge the impact fees per house. We do, which it goes into different departments, our 911, our sheriff department, certain departments to support the community when that additional house is built in Henry County. So that's where the give and take was by accepting the impact fees of the $16.61.
Okay. And when you mentioned the $3.70 from the surrounding counties, that was for both residential and commercial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Clemens.
I want you to go back, sir, to the conversation that you were stating about the concern you had about the fees that we were charging and the negotiations of the economic development with the warehousing. And I also want to ask staff, how does this study play into the transportation impact study that we're supposed to be looking at to add increased taxes on the impact fee of the warehouses as well? And I don't know if you're familiar with the county doing that, but I want to see how, you know, I don't want the other report to come back and it's something very different, but I am very concerned about where are we in line with what we're charging and what breaks the warehouses may be getting from the economic development authorities.
Well, I can, for the warehouse that I looked at, the one was a 250,000 square foot warehouse. The cost of the construction was about $21 million. The fee that was charged was, and that was collected was $79,000. So when I was talking with the department, and what I calculated the cost out to be was about $19,000 in fees. When I talked with the department about that, they were questioning whether or not the fee that was collected was actually $79,000. It happened to be that it was collected, but they said that typically those fees are during the building phase. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if they're during the building phase or the construction or the plan review phase, that those fees get negotiated because of the size and the construction of the warehouse, that there may not be as much time involved in doing the inspections in it.
So did we collect it or we didn't collect it?
We did collect. We have something in the code where a warehouse can come in and they can provide documents such as an appraisal on the building. Also had to be signed off by an architect, and where the ICC may come back and say that the warehouse should have paid $200,000 in impact fees, no, in plan review fees. It may come back and they ask for an adjustment, and they may pay $75,000 for the fees. Now the impact fees are not waived. Whatever the impact is, if the impact, just say we just got one a week ago for impact fees on the warehouse, it was $157,000. That's not waived. Just the plan review fees are
Waiver, yes.
Is that a code that we have to waive
Yeah.
that?
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Clemens, there is actually a resolution that was approved by a previous board, which would give the authority to the building department director and then final authority to the county manager to sign off, but there is a set criteria for how that is established. We can certainly provide a copy of that to the board, but I can tell you we don't have a lot of those requests that come in. But they do have to provide some very detailed information, and it's not a matter of Mr. Patterson just saying, hey, this makes sense to me. There is appraisals that have to be provided and a whole list of items that must be provided in order for him to make that determination. Also, just point of clarification, what you all are hearing tonight is just for a cost of services analysis. And so the impact fees and things that we're talking about in terms of transportation, that will be a part of another RFP. Right now, we do collect impact fees, but the directive from the board was for us to go back and revisit what we're collecting and the categories in which we're collecting. And so we are working towards looking at our current impact fee ordinance and then adding that transportation component to that proposal as well for consideration.
And I would just like to make a note, if we're still allowing the waivers, and I would like to know how many we are doing, and just urge you to urge staff not to give waivers when we're not getting even what we should be getting in the impact transportation fees.
Right.
But to also look at that as part of this new study. How do we do that? We're okay if George is here, but what if George decides to retire next month? So we definitely need to make sure that we have something strategic. Who should, who shouldn't, if they should, if they shouldn't. And if we're not getting enough money in the impact transportation fees, I definitely don't want to be giving the warehouses other waivers when we could get 200,000 instead of 79,000.
And I'll be sure to provide the copy to the board because I hate to call it a waiver because I don't want anyone to think that we're not charging, and it is simply for plan review fees. It's not for impact fees, but I'll definitely get a copy of that to the board so that you all will be familiar with what options are out there for those type of developments.
And ma'am, the reason it came up because normally a warehouse is just a big shell. And then you may end up having multiple tenants, and then that person comes in and pay plan review fees for that portion of that shell.
Yeah, but when the consultant says he was concerned, I got concerned.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, this study was done in 2018. Is these figures accurate today?
Yes. Because I just got the city of McDonough, I just pulled theirs last week, and Rockdale I just pulled last week. So the averages in the surrounding areas is to $3.70 per thousand.
Okay, and so any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, so this is a discussion only, so I guess there would be a resolution, and what would that resolution look like when it comes back to approve this cost analysis study or the recommendations, or what is that, the next step for this?
Yes, Chairwood. What we are looking to do is we wanted to, confirm, and I think you posed the question to the consultant regarding the revenues versus expenditures, and that was truly the root of why we solicited this group to come on board, to confirm that general fund was definitely supplementing or offsetting some of the costs and expenditures for the building department. The resolution that we'll bring to the board is to adopt this plan, but we're certainly, and just for those that are here tonight, we're certainly not recommending to the board at this time to increase any of our fees. So I do want to make sure that that's very clear. We're going to go back, revisit where we are, provide some additional information to the board in terms of what we're collecting now, what our collections are looking like, and then we'll bring a recommendation to the board for consideration. But ultimately, we do want to at least adopt this analysis so that we'll have it as part of our record.
Okay, right. Are any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for being here this evening. Thank you again, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move into the next item, which is a Department of Transportation resolution awarding a bid for the construction of paths for the Panola Mountain Greenway Trail Path, which is a Georgia Department of Transportation enhancement. And we invite up Mr. Simmons to make that presentation.
Good evening, Chair,
Good evening.
board members.
Sealed bids were solicited through the purchasing department per bid 19-37 for construction of Panola Mountain Greenway Trail Path. Bid invitations were sent out via the Team Georgia Marketplace, and 5 vendors responded. Llewellyn Construction submitted the lowest overall bid with a total cost of $2,724,673.91. Attached is a copy of the bid tabulation. Completion time for this project is 365 calendar days after notice to proceed. Liquidated damages will be assessed per day thereafter. And the funding for this project consists of $1,135,600 in federal funds, being TE or Transportation Enhancement money. Another federal fund source is $1,044,139 of TAP or Transportation Alternative Project Funds, and $544,935 from Henry County. And I want to add this one statement. We are working on obtaining Georgia DOT's approval of award, so the county will wait until receiving GDOT's approval of award prior to executing the contract. Prior to executing the contract with the contractor.
Got it. Okay.
I'll take any questions.
So, Commissioner Holmes.
Again, I want to thank you, David, for all your hard work on this. This is going to be a tremendous project for the county. The question I have, initially, they were talking about building a bridge from Panola Mountain State Park over 155. Is that still going to be the case?
Yes, sir. To get over 155, just south of Alexander Ward Road, there will be a bridge over 155.
Okay, and the trail is still going up the Rock Road area and coming out on Fairview Road?
It will, it'll cross Rock, and for now, this is what we're calling Phase 1. It should get in the northeastern part of the Austin Road Middle School campus, but it won't get all the way to Fairview as part of this bid. That'll need to be a second phase.
And do we have a construction date?
On the second phase?
On the first phase.
The first phase, I know that I've had discussions with Georgia DOT, and we're looking to have a pre-con. I think they are scheduling for November the 15th. And so hopefully in between then and now, between now and then, we will get the GDOT authorization to do the contractual work, and we'll set up a pre-con basically a month from now.
Thanks again.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move into our next stormwater resolution, which is to approve the bid for an award for the construction of the New Hope Drive drainage replacement item.
Board members, Stormwater Department has identified the need for drainage replacement for New Hope Drive. Sealed bids were solicited through the purchasing department for drainage replacement. We received 6 sealed bids, and they were reviewed. The lowest bid was for $489,548.50 from Universal Underground Utility Contractors. Funds are available in the Stormwater Department funds. Staff recommends approval of the low bidder. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions? Commissioner Wilson?
Rocky, how long are they going to have New Hope Drive shut down for this?
Yes, sir. We will have to shut down the road. It's probably going to be roughly about a month to month and a half. It's going to be it's a triple box concrete box culvert that we're going to be installing or pouring in place. Currently now you have 2 metal pipes that are not in good shape. Let's put it that way.
Keep your phones close by, because we'll get a lot of calls on that one.
We'll coordinate. Of course, we always coordinate with DOT, with David and the schools, and we'll give them plenty of advertisement of when we're going to shut down the road.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, that resolution passes unanimously.
Thank
And so we'll let you move to the next item, which is a resolution to approve the Henry County Water Authority utility relocation for New Hope Drive in the amount of $21,819.13.
Yes, Chair. Part of the relocation of the box of replacement of the pipes, we'll have to relocate the water line that are there existing. So the estimate is $21,000, as you mentioned, $21,819.13. So this resolution is for approval of the relocation.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, that resolution too passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now invite up Mr. David Smith, our Financial Services Director, to present a resolution to approve the amendment of contract regarding solid waste removal and disposal services.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. What you have before you is a request to amend contract number HC 1917 for solid waste removal and disposal services. The Georgia legislature passed House Bill 792. That increased the surcharge that's paid to the local government from $1 to $2.50 per ton. That became effective July 1st, 2019. So we received a request from our vendor, Waste Management of Georgia, to revise the monthly contract prices. An amendment to the contract is requested, hence why we are before you. Funds are available in the department's accounts for this commodity. Mr. Alan Owens, our account rep, is also here to assist me in responding to any questions that you may have.
Okay, so we've heard the presentation. A question from Commissioner Clemens.
Sherry, when is their contract up for Waste Management?
Contract with Waste Management.
So it's expiring soon.
Okay, this is my concern. This contract is expiring soon. We're not obligated to increase their fees just because the State House has increased fees. I get tons of complaints from constituents about Waste Management, can't get them on the phone, their roads are damaged. I don't need anybody to respond to this, but I don't think that we should be increasing fees that we don't have to increase for Waste Management when their contract is up. Rebid it out and find another contractor that'll do it for less. Bid it out for 3 different contractors. But I don't even know why staff is bringing us a proposal, a resolution for us to increase funds just because we have them in our budget to give Waste Management more money. So that's my concern about this.
Chair, if I may?
No.
Not to respond, but to clarify.
Excuse me. Yes, you may respond.
So this services that Waste Management is providing is to the county. I'm not aware of the services that are being provided to the residents. This is for our county services itself. And that's what we pay. And for us, the cost is going to be nominal is the word that I'll use for this. It'll only be about $300 per month increase. And we are, as a county, satisfied with their services that they provide for us.
I don't think.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, since we don't have to increase the fees, just because the State House increased the fees, I don't think we should increase the fees when this contract is almost up. When we rebid it out, we may get a bid that comes back that's less than this. If we put it at this amount now, then that's what we're paying. Even though it's $300, it's still taxpayers $300 more a month. And I don't think that we should just do this right now. I don't know what's the rush to do this now. So, just my 2 cents. Thank you, David. You don't have to try to work hard for Waste Management. I need you to work hard for Henry County.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Barham.
Yes, David, how is the contract written? I mean, they didn't have any foresee this was going to go up. It was all handed down by the state legislators. And my question to you is, how's our contract written? Is there allowances to do that, to go up?
So I recommend that Mr. Allen is here to talk about Waste Management. I want him to be able to respond to that.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Again, to David's point, just to clarify, this is not a Waste Management increase. This is from the state. So this is a pass-through that other counties and the city even of Atlanta has accepted that through the state. And the agreement is, allows for increases by the state, not for waste management, but by the state.
And tell me again when our contract's up.
I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I can provide that to you later, but it is soon.
Yeah, so it's a year agreement. So December 31st, that one-year contract ends. So this is an annual agreement that we do for the county.
Hence why we wanted to bring this before you.
Okay, other questions? I'm still not clear myself. I want to make sure Commissioner Thomas, and then we'll come back, because I have a question too before we go to Commissioner Clemens.
You noted that this is a pass-through, and so this is money going directly to the state.
Correct.
That's
and
correct.
not to you.
That's correct.
And the state made it effective ASAP, basically, within what the date that you say.
So it was supposed to be effective July 1st, 2019, but because we had a contract with Waste Management for the lower amount, we decided to bring this before the board because it's an actual amendment to the contract.
And if I can comment, Mrs. Thomas, the House bill was approved in 2018. So the state passed that information on to every county, municipality, or whatever. We as haulers, and it's not just Waste Management, it's any hauler in the state, requested and tried to not get that fee or surcharge even passed on. It took us a year, but again, the governor signed it. So it took effect July 1st of 2019. So we did as a hauler all we could not to have to accept that, but that is a state mandate, not a Waste Management or any other hauler increasing fees just to increase them, because that contract does not allow Waste Management to increase fees.
Commissioner, okay.
But the
Yeah,
fee-
okay, Commissioner Clemens.
But the fee is not mandatory that we increase because we already have a contract. Is that correct? Is this mandatory that we increase this fee today?
It's not mandatory.
Okay, it is not mandatory that we increase the fee because they're already under contract. That's number one. Number two, when the fee is increased, it goes to the state. So are you saying that Waste Management does not get an increase because that's what they lobbied for?
They are not going to get an increase. It's a pass-through fee.
Correct.
Okay.
But we don't have to pay it. And the state didn't give us money to, the state doesn't give us extra money to give back to them. It's the same thing.
But we're not.
We don't, so I don't even know why Waste Management is here if this don't have anything to do with Waste Management. We do not have to pay this fee.
Okay, let me go here and then we'll come back. Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
I believe the way the bill was written, the increase of the dump fees in the landfill that goes to the county where the landfill is located. It don't go to the state. It goes to where the county. So Waste Management, you have your own landfills, correct?
In some areas, yes, we do.
Okay. So the landfills collect that fee, then they take that money and then increase from $1 to $2.50. And that money goes to the county where your landfill is located.
Can I respond?
You can respond.
It's my understanding of how the increase come about.
No, Commissioner Wilson. So the District 25 state rep.
I don't know his name.
I have his name.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson still has the floor and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask that we table this discussion.
Well, okay, let's let Commissioner Wilson and then we'll definitely come. Thank you.
State Rep Burt Jones.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar.
Correct.
He's in
So-
Butts County. He solicited this for the Butts County collections.
Yep, not just for Butts County.
I understand, but it's for every landfill that's in the counties.
It's
Every
for the
county,
disposal.
if your county has a landfill, these fees are collected when you go through the landfill. So it's not just Waste Management, it's all haulers that go through that particular landfill that pays the increase of the dump fees for that. So it's not a state fee. That fee was tacked on to increase the revenues for the county where the landfill was located. So, but it's not a state deal. It's something Burt Jones Senator, he increased that for the county's use would increase the revenues. So that's how that come about.
Right.
So, but it's not, it's for all the landfill that's located in that particular county. So if Henry County had a landfill, we would be collecting those fees as well to increase our revenues here. So, but anyway, I wanted to, so that's my understanding of the increase of the $1 to the $2.50, which was sponsored by Representative Burt Jones. Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens had a comment. Okay, Commissioner Barnes, did you have a comment?
Yes, so my understanding, this money, extra money, does not go to Waste Management. It goes to Butts County if y'all operating out of that landfill.
Right, all over the state where there's a landfill and even a transfer station. So, Commissioner, it's not just a landfill, it's transfer stations as well. So it's disposal, not what just goes into the landfill and the transfer station.
So I'm sorry.
I would join in on Commissioner Clemens and let's table this so we can have an opportunity to look at the contract and make a better decision.
Okay, so when are you making, I
made a motion that we would table this.
Okay, so we have a motion. There's a second, so we just got a first and a second, so we're still in, we can go to discussion. So go ahead, Commissioner Wilson.
So if it goes to transfer stations as well, so Waste Management has a transfer station in the city of Stockbridge, correct?
Yes, we do.
Yes. So do you take taking all the collections in Henry County to your transfer station in Stockbridge?
And we could take it to Fayetteville, we take it whatever's closest. So yes, sir.
So if that's the case, if you're taking it to Stockbridge, it seems like Henry County should be collecting these fees. Is that correct?
No, the fee, you're kind of all correct. This is a state mandated charge that local government, the host local government charges. So if the host local government is the city of Stockbridge, it goes to the city of Stockbridge. If it's Henry County, it would go to Henry County. In this instance, it sounds like it's maybe city of Stockbridge, maybe Butts County, maybe Fayette County. So the fee is paid, ultimately the fee is paid to that local government by the trash hauler. So it is a pass-through for the trash hauler. The trash hauler isn't necessarily going to increase their profit. They're going to collect more from us and pay more to the hauler. Now, the contract does not require us to enter into an amendment. We are not required to amend our contract. So by that, that's what I mean, that I think everybody's correct. So.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to table. So any other questions or comments regarding that motion? Commissioner Clemens.
I'm asking to table it because I'm hoping that we don't bring it back. But if we're going to have everybody talking and then decide to do it, because the thing is that we don't have to pay this. Pass-through means that they'll get the money, but then they'll pay it to somebody else. Well, we're still paying it. I don't care how it passed through. It's like stealing from rob Peter to pay Paul. Don't come rob Henry County to pay somebody else. I'm just saying if we don't have to pay it, I don't think we should pay this extra $300.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table, and any other questions or comments from the board? All in favor? Okay, it is tabled. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By unanimous vote. Okay, we're now moving to our planning and zoning cases at this time, and this is regarding the first hearing that we have is a capital improvement element annual update transmittal. And we'll invite up Mr. Stacy Jordan Rudisill to present a resolution to transmit the report or the annual update to the Atlanta Region Commission and also the Georgia Department of Community Affairs as required by the Georgia Planning Act. So good evening, Mr. Rudisill.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This item before you is an annual report that's due to the state by October 31st. We've worked with the Atlanta Regional Commission and the Department of Community Affairs to come up with a report that they have approved for this board to adopt. I just want to let you know that we did receive notification this afternoon by email that the state had approved the latest iteration. And this latest iteration, it corrected a Scribner's error, and I believe it was last week that we sent it to DCA, and our Financial Services Division had made that correction. So the motion to approve should be for the corrected report. And I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, I understand, and so it seems like the major change is just a correction, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, so at this time, since this is a public hearing, are there any questions from the board before we begin that public hearing? Okay, hearing none, we'll now just allow anyone wishing to speak regarding this matter a total of 3 minutes. And again, if there is anyone wishing to speak in regards to the correction, will you please come forward now? Again, anyone wishing to speak regarding this matter will be granted 3 minutes and are asked to come forward now. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, this concludes our public hearing aspect. And so we're now, again, just identify, are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion. Again, we have one motion. Is there a second? Again, we've got one motion. Is there a second? All right, we didn't get a second, so.
And Madam Chair, if it's possible to ask again, the state requires that this board adopt the approved report. Our qualified local government status may be at stake.
Okay, we have now a motion and a second. Thank you for that clarification point. So are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor of that resolution, please vote now. Any opposed? I'm sorry, I didn't see a good show of hands. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're now moving to the next public hearing item, which is in District 3, which is Jeff Dalton requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to C3 highway commercial for the property located at 137 Jackson Lake Road. And again, we invite Mr. Stacy Jordan Rudisill for that presentation.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this item before you is a request for rezoning from RA to C3 for the purpose of self-storage. And this subject property is located at 137 Jackson Lake Road, just east of the intersection with Highway 81. Future land use map shows that this general area is still RA, residential agricultural. In 2017, I believe, the property at the southwest corner of Highway 81 and Snapping Shoals was rezoned to C2. The future land use map, as it was originally adopted, showed the subject property in green, which is rural residential. The property immediately to the east is showing as commercial. Again, the property to the southwest corner of that intersection was rezoned to C2. And so when the future land use map amendments were brought before this board on June the 18th, this subject property was intended to be included, and so staff included that in what was changed. I wanted to show you the future land use map from 2002. And it's difficult to see because we didn't break out the property lines, but the subject property was included in the commercial node that surrounded the intersection of Highway 81 and Jackson Lake Road. Once the future land use map amendments were applied from June of this year, this is what our current or updated future land use map looks like today. So our policy guide does show commercial for this subject property. So the applicant's request for a commercial zoning designation is now supported by the future land use map. And for that reason, staff has no objection to the applicant's request for C3 as long as there are appropriate conditions. So, Madam Chair, I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Okay, so this is a public hearing regarding this zoning matter, and so at this time, those wishing to speak in favor of this, including the applicant, will be given a total of 10 minutes collectively, and likewise, those wishing to speak collectively in opposition will have a total time of 10 minutes. So at this time, we'll invite up those wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant. And if you will state your name and affiliation, please.
Certainly. My name is Joe Cooley. I'm here for Battle Law, Michelle Battle. We're representing Jeff Dalton in this case. You did a great job of summarizing where we've been. I think y'all are all pretty much familiar with this. It's been, went through the process last year. You know, that's kind of, so everybody should be pretty familiar. It is currently zoned AR, request to go to C2, or excuse me, C3, and which is highway commercial for a self-storage development. There's a site plan in your packet that shows you basically what they're looking for. The property right now, you know, as zoned R3 is not really usable. You've got it's not appropriate, I should say, for residential use. You've got a major gas line pump line in front. You've got a huge power transmission thing right across the back, which separates it from the rest of the residential. It's obviously now, as future land use goes, it is recommended to be commercial. So we are requesting that the land be rezoned to C3. Just to note, though, that there are a lot of things that y'all have in your zoning code, that both the zoning code and the development code, that specifically addresses the use and different things that are needed, whether it be primarily for screening and things of this sort. What I think they're trying to do is make sure that this thing is compatible with the surrounding use visually. It's not going to increase traffic to any extent. So basically, we're asking for that. We'll be happy to, we show on the plan areas for buffer. It's laid out. The details on that we would work out, I'm sure, with staff, the arborist, and planning staff when we get to that point. One thing that has come up also is required that there be a wall across the front there, where it's facing the traffic. And what we were hoping for is that we could do the building in brick or stone and then have that part of the wall. It's done quite often actually now with these types of units. And then have the wall continue from that. Makes a more unified presentation. It's all the same materials. And I think it'll look better, but it also, it gives a good solid foundation for it, and it does really good as far as covering up. What you're trying to do is not allow visual access into the actual operating areas where people are unloading and things of that sort. So we respectfully request that you approve this. I haven't heard any of the particular conditions, but I'd love to hear those too and see where we are on that.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so we'll allow anyone else and invite you back in a moment. Is there anyone wishing to speak in favor of this? Please come forward now. Again, anyone wishing to speak in favor, please come forward now. We will now invite anyone wishing to speak in opposition to please come forward now. Good evening. If you'll state your name, please.
My name is Inger Brown Todd. I live at Mossy Oak Drive in the Oak Bluff subdivision off of Jackson Lake Road. I oppose this because I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Please forgive me. That's a residential area. I've been out there for 18 years. It has been peaceful. There's not any heavy traffic, and I feel if he bring in this storage area, storage unit, or whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna cause heavy traffic. We've already accumulated 4 new homes on the street, and he stated on the vision board that he put up that the other areas are zoned already for commercial. But those blocks where he said they're zoned, there's a telephone booth where Bell South be. There's a utility box on the other side, which is that Snap and Shows, and there's just land at the other, within the roundabout. There's also have been several deaths right there at Jackson Lake and 81, and also on Jackson Lake. So I don't see this being nice within the community. We don't need a storage area within our community. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now. And if there are multiple people, would you please come, because you have a total of 10 minutes together.
Good evening, Chair and Board of Commissioners.
Good
How are
evening.
you?
And your name and address, please.
My name is Barbara Khanna, and I live right across the street at 138 Jackson Lake Road. And this gentleman had a business going there before. I don't know if it's the same thing, but he had tractor trailers coming in and out of there. They've taken our mailbox down several times. This last time I stopped even fixing it. But there's a lot of children in that area too, and it's very close. They're expanding that roundabout, and it's going to be very close to all of our driveways. And the school buses, they come down through there. It's just very dangerous. And I don't want to see it there. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's just more residential, you know, and it's quiet. So I don't know what else to say, but it's, you know, there's been a lot of accidents on that corner, a lot, a few deaths. So,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
All right. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? To please come forward now. Again, anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now. Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes our public hearing on that zoning matter, and so we'll invite the applicant back up and address any questions from the board. Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board?
I do.
Commissioner Barham.
Yes, on your layout plan, I would like for you, Stacy, can you put that on overhead? This buffer is actually showing in the power line easement, and it's my understanding, Stacy, that buffer is going to have to be outside of that power line easement, so
Yes,
it's
sir,
going to
that's correct.
shrink the size of this more.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the applicant aware of that?
Sir, do you understand what the Commissioner's saying?
Yeah, but I was trying to find out where the right-of-way line, the power line, the
two-
large
two-
power lines, you're not referring to that. You're talking about the ones on the street?
No, I'm talking about on the side of the property.
On the top of that, yes. I believe it said the easement, to me, it looked like it's about 120 feet, just roughly.
Well, it's 150 foot
50?
power line easement, then you got an additional 40 foot buffer.
Right. The easement is within that. I guess the biggest concern that would be with the power company, if they had any issues, you know, it is still their property, but they've got an easement, and so it may not allow them to plant anything on that.
Well, you can't put anything in there. You can't put.
Probably not, knowing the power company.
Okay. You know, I've had several calls about this, and one of the things was a concern of a lot of people were tractor and trailers and of that nature, which if we vote on this, it's not going to be any of that. And but I know Mr. Dalton had bought this property and it had been on the land use map as commercial. And then in 2009, it was taken off for some reason. And to be fair to him, I don't know of anybody that could build a house on this particular property because of this power line easement, and I don't know what size gas line that is out there in the front, but that's the only questions I have right now, Chair.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Chair, I make a motion that we approve the zoning request to limit it to C1 only for use of a self-storage. That's condition 1. Condition 2 would be a 15-foot landscape strip along the frontage of the subject property outside any easement shall be included in a landscape plan. A 40-foot undisturbed or enhanced buffer shall be required adjacent to the residentially zoned property outside of any easement. Where the building and the plan review department determines the existing vegetation to be inadequate, the following plant materials are required for each 50 linear feet or buffer. 1 large tree, 2 medium or small trees, 10 screening shrubs. Number 4, an 8-foot brick wall along the frontage of the subject property shall be included in a landscape plan. Number 5, building facades shall be all side brick. Number 6, a lighting plan is required limiting lighting to downcast lighting or moderate brightness. Number 7, the use of the subject property for outside storage shall be accessory to the principal use of the subject property for self-storage only. Number 8, outside storage shall be limited to boats and RVs. Number 9, the area of subject property for outside storage shall be limited to 25% of the area of the permitted structures.
Okay. So we've heard that, that motion with those conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor?
Chair, before you call for a vote.
Yes.
I think, Commissioner Barham, if you were reading those conditions from a list, could you read number 1 again for us? I think we've got some confusion on our end about the first condition.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 1?
Yes, sir.
The motion was to approve the zoning to C3 only for the use of self-storage.
He said C1 at first. Okay.
Okay. Understood.
He said
Got
C1
it.
at first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the motion and the second. Any further questions or comments or clarifications? All in favor? Okay, thank you. That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move into the next public hearing item in District 4, and this is General Holdings requesting a rezoning from residential agricultural to residential suburban for property located at the northeast corner of the intersection of East Lake Road and Springdale Road. And we invite up again Mr. Stacy Jordan Rudisell for that presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The request before you is on the northeast corner of the intersection of East Lake Road and Springdale Road. The property is zoned RA. It backs up to property that is zoned R3, which is minimum 18,000 square foot lots. This subject property is indicated on our future land use map for medium density residential, which would allow up to 6 dwelling units per acre net. The applicant's request is for no more than 184 dwelling units on 50.4 acres, which is 5.9 net dwelling units per acre. And the RS zoning district requires a mixture of different residential products. And so the applicant is requesting a mixture of townhomes and duplexes. On May the 9th, the Zoning Advisory Board held a hearing regarding this subject property. Staff has considered the applicant's request, and we do recommend approval with 5 conditions. And the Zoning Advisory Board also recommended approval with those conditions. And I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Yes, Commissioner Thomas.
Comments after the public hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we will begin the public hearing, and at this time, we'll invite up anyone wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant. Again, we'll have a total of 10 minutes for that collective group, and then likewise, there will be a total of 10 minutes granted to those wishing to speak in opposition. So at this time, if you'll state your name and affiliation, and we'll begin the public comments in favor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Steve Moore with Moore Bass Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia. Here tonight representing Georgia Holdings Unlimited in this rezoning request. This is a rendering of the proposed site plan that Stacy just discussed. As he mentioned, we do have 50 total acres of property. And our request is for 178 townhomes and 6 duplex units under the zoning district of residential suburban. We are compliant with the future land use map, did receive approval from the Zoning Advisory Board as well as staff, and hopefully will gain your approval as well. The project proposes 2 entrances one entrance to East Lake Parkway at the existing median break, and then another access to Springdale Road. The couple of elements about this plan that we tried to implement to really enhance the application and our plan was, and I just want to walk through kind of some of these highlights with you, then I'm going to allow the builder and developer to speak as well on some of the architectural components. But one item to note, several items to note, there is a divided median boulevard that's being proposed along the entire entrance there about halfway through the site. There's also another one of those proposed here. So no lots will access that section of road. All the units, as they face that road, will be accessed to the rear via an alleyway. There, a lot of developments with the existing entrance would stop it at the entrance with their median at the entrance at the first intersection. This extends it all the way through in an effort to really create some visual curb appeal as neighbors are entering this project. This is representative of the type of entrances that we're proposing at each entrance. There's a entrance from East Lake Road, would have a water feature and a large, heavily landscaped, hardscaped signage component, but this has a waterfall feature that's incorporated into that, which the developers is committed to provide. This would be representative of the secondary entrance that would be from Springdale Road. One of the other components that's in the center of the development, again, this is all in an effort to really set this development apart from other townhome communities, is this heavily landscaped roundabout in the center of the project with this fountain in the middle of it. The plan, as it is prepared, concentrates the development in the center of the property. We have almost half of the property set aside as open space. There is some floodplain and a creek that runs along the perimeter of the property, but as you can see, we've concentrated the development in a pretty creative, we think, design here. The only thing that would be disturbed in this outer area would be any clearing or grading associated with the trails and the amenities. We are proposing 2 amenity areas. One area on the east side of the property would contain an open-air pavilion, grilling and picnic areas. There's another picture of the roundabout, and then a community fire pit. In the other amenity area, and both of these amenities are connected with nature trails, but this would be more of probably younger family oriented. There's a dog park, trails, and then a playground. So again, developing roughly half the property, the rest of it set aside as open space, preserving the natural features that surround this property. We are in the Highway Corridor Overlay District, so we know we have to comply with those rules for what we have in multi-use paths along all of our frontage on East Lake Road and Springdale Road, as well as pedestrian lighting. And we believe that that the amenities and the components that we're proposing for this townhome community really will set it apart from other communities. At this point, I'm going to introduce Neil Coble to talk about who's the applicant, to talk about the architectural. Put this up there.
Let's set this map up here. Good evening, Madam Chair. Neil Coble with General Holdings, 175 Country Club Drive, Stockbridge, Georgia. Good evening, other members of the board. I just want to talk real quickly about the need for this project. This is to target young professionals. There was a recent article published in the AJC this past summer about young professionals that are commuting from counties, northern counties with more diverse housing opportunities for them into their Southside professional jobs. However, after about 2 years, they're finding out that these folks are leaving their jobs simply because of the commute from the areas that they're wanting to be in and the lifestyle they're trying to obtain. So to confirm this information, we got this map from a local real estate research firm. And what you're seeing there are numbers of communities, and each one of those numbers represents townhome communities that range in the $200,000 to under $300,000 price point. There's one for those communities that you see as number 12 is located over in Fulton County. Everything else is located in Gwinnett, Atlanta, North Fulton area, DeKalb, Cobb, and Forsyth. So here to talk a little further about the need for this type project and what we're facing with young professionals, I have Lance Alexander with Homestar Mortgage to talk a little bit about obtaining finance for young professionals and what they're up against, and also Lorraine Davis, who is a 20-year sales agent for the south side of Atlanta. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So I represent Homestar Financial. Neil's correct, there is some challenges in getting these young professionals financing, specifically when it comes to student loans, right? We all know the cost of education has gone up tremendously, and it's a continual problem we see in the mortgage industry. So I'm here for my support for this property solution. We have a lot of young medical professionals who are going to be working and living in Henry County, and these young professionals are going to be very busy. They're going to be building their careers. And many times they're going to have multiple jobs and multiple shifts, specifically the nurses, right? We see that a lot. Now, these customers are going to be looking for a quality home, hopefully nicely appointed with minimum exterior work involved. And ultimately, they're looking for something that's going to be low maintenance because they're going to be working so many long hours to pay off their student loan debt, right? Now, we feel that a townhome project is actually a great solution for this. This meets all their qualifying needs, and it helps with the student loan debt problem, right? Now, the challenge with student loans as far as the mortgage industry goes has changed dramatically over the last few years. Many of these students coming out with medical degrees are going to have six-figure debts and just for student loans, right? Well, the guidelines have changed on that. They've gotten much more conservative. Now the government's making us count very large payments against these student loans, which is ridiculous. They end up never making payments that large, but the programs require that we count these high payments. So it makes it very hard for them to qualify in the long run. So we think this is a very good solution.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Lorraine Davis. Address is 175 Country Club Drive. As Neil pointed out, I've been doing real estate for 20 years. One of my first communities was in Henry County, was the summit of Eagles Landing. And I wanted to just talk about, there is a great need in Henry County for diversified quality housing. And when I say diversified quality housing, what I mean, I'm working with a young lady who I met when she was 7 years old. I sold her parents a house in the summit of Eagles Landing. She's graduated from Union Grove High School. She's gone off to college, and now she's actually getting her master's. She's working, trying to buy a home. She's moved back from Ohio State to live here near her parents. But the issue is she's a young millennial, as we spoke about earlier with Metro, with Mike Alexander, and she wants a maintenance-free lifestyle. She doesn't want yard work, and she wants to be able to have her friends come over, have walking trails and everything near her community like she would if she lived in other areas. So I think there'd be a great need, a great satisfaction if we could have that in this area to satisfy that need.
And just real quick to wrap up, here's a sample. We don't have a builder picked out yet for this community, as we have a long ways to go to figure out our lot cost. That'll be actually probably a couple years down the road by the time we get the first lots on the ground and ready to build. But this is an example of what we're seeing here. You see at the top there's a combination of brick and siding with the brown, darker earth tone materials. And then at the bottom there, there's brick on the first floor and accents of shake, which is kind of hard to see there. And you've got some cedar columns on one unit and some traditional columns on the other. So this is the concept that we'd like to use. Those also have some metal roof accents, which we're looking at using to create a community that attracts the young professional workforce. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes the statements for those wishing to speak in favor. So at this time, we will grant a total of 10 minutes to anyone wishing to speak in opposition to please come forward now. Good evening.
According to what I saw a few minutes ago, 1990 we had 59.
If you can state your name, sir.
Bill
please.
Tony.
Thank you.
McDonough. In 1990, we had 59,200 people in the county. Today we have 240,900 in the county. All right, you think about how many people per acre this is going to be, how many families per acre. The stress on the infrastructure is just unbelievable right now. Y'all going to have to start slowing it down. Maybe not that stopping, maybe building some bigger houses, bigger lots. But when you throw this many people in that little bit of an area, the impact on it to the schools and everything else is crazy. They can talk about all these young professionals and all that stuff. That don't mean anything. And y'all know it. I know it. You know, it's just talk. All they want to do is put all those people in there. I live right around the corner from it, and believe me, I don't want it there. My traffic, the traffic backing up now is crazy. I can't even hardly get out of my street anymore on 155. So I'm asking y'all, please deny this. Thank you.
Okay, please come forward, please.
Name is Robert Kopak. Do you need the address? 272 Cotton Indian Creek Road.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why duplexes would even be in consideration anymore in townhomes. The average per Commissioner Thomas was homes are selling in the area for $346,000, $386,000. I don't see how a townhouse, a duplex is going to add any value to that area. I don't see anything in the area that does it. I know our tiny little Kroger runs out of food on Sunday. That's the one on East Lake. There's a floodplain every time there's a nice storm. Springdale Road floods. I'm sure they've considered it, but where does that water go to? Because I live on Cotton Indian Creek, it could come over to mine and affect me. The other thing is kids. Right now, one commissioner thinks that doesn't matter because the Board of Education is supposed to kept up, but right now my son's in a class with 25 kids per class. The nationwide is 20 and the state of Georgia 17. If you add this development in, and it could be millennials, and I'm not sure why we're going after millennials. Most of the ones I know live in basements with their parents. But that being said, I don't think we should just go after one type of person or creed. We need to go after what should be done, and that's a lot of land and nice housing. And if you don't know how to mow your grass, I can tell you, I can offer you some good landscaping services that help you out. But this is not needed in our community in the District 4 area, in the Union Grove, Woodland school districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My
Good
name is
evening.
Christina Kolpak, 272 Cotton Indian Creek Road. I oppose this development. First off, I'm a nurse. I work night shift. I wouldn't want to be jammed up right next to another townhome trying to sleep during the daytime. It's not something I wouldn't want. I want land. I want 3,000 square foot house, privacy. This doesn't do it. I wouldn't see any other nurses would want to live in that kind of development. Also, to reintegrate what Mr. Kolpak said, currently our schools in District 4 have 25 plus kids in each class. National average is 20, state of Georgia is 17. There's too much overcrowding as it is. This kind of development is just going to kill our schools. Have you seen the traffic in the mornings trying to drop off kids at East Lake, Union Grove, High and Middle? It's crazy, it's ridiculous. You can't, half the time kids are tardy of it, and parents don't have no control over it because of the traffic. Until traffic gets addressed, we shouldn't have more rooftops developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Minahan at 726 Aaron Drive. Our area has already suffered from being zoned from Union Grove over to Woodland. Our housing prices have not increased at all, maybe to what we have paid for it in the year 2000. If you turn left out of my subdivision, you cannot get out in the morning with the traffic situation. We really need to fix the roads before we add more rooftops to the area. And also, I don't want to live around townhomes and smaller housing areas. We already have one apartment complex in the area, and that's enough. And I didn't come out here to live like that. If I wanted to live like that, I would be in downtown Atlanta.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now. Again, anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now. Thank you, and this concludes our public hearing. So we'll invite the applicant back up, and then we will allow the board to address any questions or comments. Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Good afternoon. Would you please place back on the overhead the renderings and the one that you have also with the garage in the rear?
You're talking about the rendering of the rear alley, the rear access? Yes.
Yes. The one that shows where there's garage will be in the rear of. Thank you. Yes, that's one.
They'll both show or not.
Okay. Would you also tell us what would be the square footage of the townhome?
Staff has recommended, I think, roughly 1,100 square feet minimum for a 3-bedroom, which we intend for all of these to be at least 3-bedroom. I think that's correct. But that's just we haven't proposed anything other than that was the staff's recommendation. But
we are
anticipate
going to accept the staff recommendation of at least 1,100 square foot for the townhomes. Also, would you talk again about the amenities that you're bringing to the area?
Yes, ma'am. So overall, I'll point back to this overall site plan. So in addition, or within the open space area, which again is almost half of the site, there's an open air pavilion and a fire pit and grilling area with a paved parking lot on this section. This section has the dog park, which is going to be located in there, a playground, also a paved parking lot, and then the nature trail system that would connect those two, that would allow people to walk the nature trail to get between the two amenity areas and also access down to the creek, which is a beautiful spot back there. They'll have the ability to walk through there and do what they need to do back there as well.
There is a small creek and lake on the property. Do you have plans to make that community friendly and community usable?
There's not a lake per se that's an open water lake currently,
Okay.
But there is a significant creek. This, I believe, I know this is Wolf Creek. I guess that's a little Cotton Indian but they're beautiful creeks. We don't intend on doing any improvements to those areas, obviously, because there's buffers that protect those, but we do intend to provide residents the ability to navigate down there, to be able to sit and meditate and play in the water.
Community friendly, what
yes,
I'm
ma'am.
saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Make
There'll
sure
be
it's nice and
it'll be
clean and
assessed.
secure. Okay. When you talk about the fact that you're having the alleyways behind, what percentage or how many of those homes will be, you think, have the alleyway access behind them?
There's probably about 40% of these homes that would be rear accessed. Basically, all of these units here, all of these units along that entire frontage, really almost half probably, but basically an area like that right there are proposed to be all rear accessed.
Okay, all right.
Which is representative of that picture here.
Okay. And these are a brownstone type community, but it also have some craftsman style homes infused into the community, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. This community is also proposed to have an aggressive HOA tied to it, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. As Lorraine and Lance spoke of earlier about the lifestyle of the younger professionals, what we would like to do is give a maintenance free. So we'll take care of all of with the HOA, all of the yard maintenance and all the exterior maintenance.
Okay. I'll open the floor, Madam Chair, for other questions at this point.
Are there other questions to me? Kind of say, okay, we saw Commissioner Holmes and we'll come to Commissioner Wilson.
So these are examples of the exact building you will put up in the subdivision? Is this the exact replica of one?
No, sir, that's not exact. We don't have a builder picked out for this, and every builder or person that would come in here, we would work with them based upon these examples that we're showing. We want to do the earth tone colors. We want to have balconies on the front of some of the units. We want to have tin metal roof accents. We want to have hardy plank, shake, and batten boarding accents. And we want to have, the columns that vary with some cedar accent columns on some of the units. And we're willing to have that represented of what we expect for that to be.
So will they be 3 levels or 2 levels?
Primarily, we'll have some 2 and 3 level units.
Okay. So your 1 bedrooms, you said that's going to be somewhere around 600 square feet?
We won't have any. We're not proposing any 1-bedroom units. We're looking at starting at three bedrooms and up.
So they all will be 3 bedrooms?
Yes, sir, as a minimum.
So based on the 3-level example, what will be the square footage on each level of this complex?
So you'll probably get up to 1,500 to 1,700 square feet on a 3-level. You'll have a garage in the back of that, as you're looking at that example there with an alleyway. You enter from a garage in the back, and then in the front, downstairs is some sort of office or rec room where they could have a pool table or something along those lines, and then you'd go up to the main living area from there.
You're only calculating the livable space for square footage?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so Commissioner Holmes, you still have the floor. You're done? Okay. We have Commissioner Wilson, and then we'll come to Commissioner Thomas.
Well, I have a couple of questions. How far is this located off I-75?
Gosh, I don't have the exact dimension, but I would say
3 or 4 miles?
maybe 4 or 5 miles, yeah.
Okay, and I'm looking at a conceptual plan here, and it's the one, and of course I hadn't seen it pop up on the screen. It appears to be property lines that run all the way to the creek.
Yes, sir.
So,
It's on the other plan. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
so there's property lines that run from the street back to the creek.
Yes, sir.
And then we have trails running through private property.
Yes, sir.
So that's a big concern. So my next concern is I'm not a big advocate for these type buildings. And the reason is I've seen over the years, of course, for most of you know, I spent 32 years in the fire service. When one catches on fire, it causes a lot of them to catch on fire. Then what happens when you put them in a community like this, everybody parks on the street, then you can't gain access to those. And a lot of families are put at risk when you build a community that is tight. And plus, And this don't fit the area. I know the area well. So there's a lot of concerns when it comes to the public safety concern, when we look at private property crossing over, when you got the public crossing over private property on a walking trail, and then the accessibility. So I have a lot of issues with a community like this, especially in that area.
Would you like me to address the lot line issue?
Well, yes, sir, go ahead.
So the current construct of the ULDC penalizes you for having open space in a project. There's only one zoning district that allows you to deduct open space from your net density calculation. So technically, you can't set aside open space and comply with the future land use map densities.
So this is the way around it.
This is a mechanism to be able to support the density, but there's a legal mechanism that allows you to still utilize that private property through recreation and conservation easements that is basically gives access to all the homeowners' ingress and egress rights and utility rights over top of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Going back to your pictures that you brought before us, if indeed we look at them, you said there's some 2 stories and some 3 stories, and we're looking at a brownstone community, correct?
Brownstone style, yes.
Yeah, let's talk about your sidewalk plan for a moment. Can you give me some information about the walking trails or the sidewalk trails that you're having? What size would they be? How wide would they be? Something of that nature.
So the trail that's along East Lake Road is required to be a minimum of 10 feet wide with a 10-foot landscape strip, and then with pedestrian lighting along that pathway. That will be required along East Lake Road.
I'm sorry, so you will be submitting or have in that plan an aggressive lighting plan?
Yes, ma'am, that's a requirement of the Highway Overlay District. And then for our frontage, and that's along the entire frontage, not just where lots are proposed, but along the property boundary frontage. And then along East Lake Road, along Springdale Road, it'll be the same basic makeup, except the multi-use path will be 8 feet wide with a 8-foot landscape strip, I believe.
Springdale's a minor arterial.
Oh, Springdale, okay, so Springdale will have a 10 as well with a 10-foot landscape strip and pedestrian lighting.
Okay, I have a question. So I want to go back to your statements about the architecture of the dwellings that you just presented, and you said that these are just renderings, but it's nothing that is guaranteed the quality. What I'm concerned about is the quality of the development. I understand that we've got to begin developing more housing for working individuals. Middle income is the way I look at it. But I understand that we really want good quality development here in this county, in every area, and I'm concerned about the statement that was made about the architecture, the external architecture, and not necessarily, I understand that you don't have yet a builder, but can you readdress that again for me? Because I was not very clear on what you were stating in that regards.
Yes, ma'am, and there was also some conditions that were just handed to me a minute ago that was presented by staff that I think further define exactly what those requirements are going to be. I don't know, Stacy, if you'd like to go over those conditions or where those stand?
Not this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Well, I need to understand what the conditions are before
right.
So
can I? Is that the?
Okay. 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 So I'll yield to District 4 Commissioner to hear what she has to say.
Oh, okay.
That was just that there will be conditions placed before I ask for anyone to vote on anything.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I will respect that. Okay. So I'll go back. So I think the conditions, I guess, is what you're saying is going to help me to understand the quality of what we're talking about. Okay. And then Commissioner Clemens.
Can you go back and put up the renderings that you had? Not that, the renderings of the building. That's one. That's the rear access. And then there was another one that was mostly brick as well, that had some different stuff on the bottom.
Oh.
So the ones on the top and the ones to the left picture, Is that the same product or those two different products? Because it looks very different. It doesn't look like there's, so are you saying you're gonna have the ones with the steps and you're gonna have these other ones there? Is that what you're saying?
It's hard to see that picture on the right, this one. This one is intended to really show the mixture of the different building products within each unit.
Okay, that's the building product, but you're saying you're not gonna build that? You're not committing to building that?
The one on the right, or the one over here? Is that what you're asking, or the one on the left?
Let's make a note. Look at the ones on the top where the steps are would be number one.
Yes, ma'am.
That's number one. Then the ones to the paper by himself that Commissioner Thomas had you to pull up with the rear is number two.
Yes.
Can we expect that to look like 1 and 2?
I think the answer is yes. But there is no, final architectural plans, but we're certainly willing to take recommendations on the architectural styles and finishes. But that is a brownstone style townhome. That is what we intend on building absent final architectural plans.
Okay, I've got one thing I want to go back to, and then I'll come to Commissioner Holmes. The statement that Commissioner Wilson made about the ability for fire engines and so forth to get into this community, I'm sure that this is all to standards, I'm sure, but I just wanted to get an explanation on that, especially considering the volume of homes that we're speaking about, but I'm sure that's a design standard that is required.
It is. It's got 2 entrances that meets the county's interpretation of the International Fire Code, which apparently is 30 units. Any more than 30 units requires 2 entrances. So it's got the 2 entrances. We actually had a meeting where the fire inspector or fire plan reviewer was in the meeting this afternoon and confirmed that any more than 30 just needs 2 entrances to be able to provide adequate apparatus access to all the units. I'm sure that there's firewalls that have to be constructed as part of meeting the residential building codes. Right-of-ways are, they're 50-foot right-of-ways, unlike an apartment complex where people could park wherever they want to. There is a public right-of-way that has rules associated with that. The driveways, the front setbacks are set far enough back to where people should be able to park in their driveways. And again, roughly half of the units would even have cars parked in the front. The balance would be in the backs. But they should have plenty of ample room for fire truck apparatus to be able to access these buildings. And again, they're limited to, I think the units are anywhere between 8 and 6 units per building, as opposed to an apartment complex that might have 24 units per building.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes, and then we'll come to Commissioner Wilson.
Okay. So you said a 3-bedroom townhome will be about 1,500. So we'll be looking at, if it's a 3-story, 500 per square foot per floor. So can you talk about the amenities, such as the master bedroom, the size of the master, as well as the master bath? What are you going to use to sell this this product?
Interior finishes.
Which
So
amenities?
let me speak one item on in your question. The unit footprint is about 1,200 square feet of just footprint.
It's going to be smaller.
No, of just footprint. The units I think they're drawn in as at a 50 or a 60-foot depth times a 20 or 23-foot width. So you're roughly a little over 1,000 square feet per floor of footprint. Obviously, the first floor's got garage that would take up a majority of that. And then if you had a utility room or laundry facility, and then 2 stories above that would be that same basic footprint times 2. So then I guess 3rd floors, you would have some reduction for walls or for roofs and trusses, but that's at least as far as the footprint goes. I think the units will have plenty of room. But you want to speak on the finishes of the?
Sure, yeah. On the interior finishes, there'll be hardwood floors, granite countertops. We're going to use insist that the person that builds these use the all flat LED lighting system in there. So it'll be a well-appointed product. We're not asking to do something that's in the low 100s or anything along those lines. These are multi-story to attract young professionals, the same person that Ms. Davis spoke of that wants to live close to her parents at Eagles Landing. It's to provide some diversity of housing that is lacking, that we need.
Okay.
So the the 600 square feet I saw with the one bedrooms in the resolution, that's the footprint, that's not the entire,
That's nothing that I proposed, that came from staff.
And if I may, Commissioner, the reason that we had recommended that condition was just to clarify that we do consider townhomes to be a type of multifamily, and those are the minimums for multifamily in the ULDC.
Is that the entire unit, or is that just the footprint?
That's heated.
Heated?
Yes,
600 square feet for one bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And what we're proposing is not that. That again, that came from the staff report.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Holmes, any other further comments? All right, Commissioner Wilson.
So you mentioned firewalls, so did you have any intentions of like sprinkling each unit?
Well, whatever is in your building code concerning the multi-unit housing is what we are prepared to follow. So that's what our contemplation is following the density plan for this location according to the future land use map, and then any of your codes that are required, whether it's ingress and egress for the neighborhoods, and like Steve mentioned, is that there was a conversation with the fire folks yesterday confirming what our intent was with this, and your code does address fire protection and compliance for this type unit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm still struggling with this square footage, and I'm still going back to your comments that this is supposed to be also for millennials, and you're talking 3 bedrooms and 3 levels of dwelling space for, I'm struggling now. I kind of had some thoughts that it was going to be good quality development. I'm concerned about the minimal size of the square footage. I'll just be honest with you on that. And again, I do believe that we need to have some level of housing for workforce, but I'm concerned now because I didn't have these concerns before, but thank you for the clarification. All right, Commissioner Thomas.
Could we please get some clarification? Even though the staff recommended 600 square feet, are we clear in that the smallest unit would be no less than 1,200 square feet?
That's the minimum, yes, ma'am.
That is the minimum.
We doubled what the staff recommended because
another recommendation, this would have no less than 1,200 square feet, correct?
Right, that's the minimum, and they'll go up from there.
Right.
Yes.
And am I also correct in that you will have some 2 bedrooms and some 3 bedrooms as well?
We're not proposing any 2 bedrooms at this time. We're proposing
bedrooms.
3 bedrooms and up. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that gives an option for that 3rd bedroom to be used for something of an office space, or, as you stated, some type of exercise space or something to that nature, correct?
That's correct. And there'll be plenty of options for them to choose to, continue to up the price. One thing I'd like to address that on the price that came up a minute ago is that we're suggesting that these houses start in the $200,000 price range. Our immediate neighborhood that backs up to us, there's a chart that he brought here. The average house price that backs up to us is $166,000. And so we're going above and beyond what the house prices are in our immediate area.
So I know you said the 200,000, but the minimum that we're looking for is like 265. Would that be the minimum starting range for these homes?
They'll be in the mid-2s in that area. Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's hard to predict what's going to be 2 years from now with the economy, et cetera. But the way we have our layout planned with extra paving and roadways for the rear alleys, the way that we've divided up the entrance boulevards deep into the neighborhood, that's providing another lane of road. The way that we've added water features that we're committing to build at the entrance, the way that we're adding a water feature in the roundabout, a fountain, and those type things. These are all things that are just increasing the price of just the development in the lots itself. This is not a development that we have just taken and tried to use every square inch of the property and packed in every square foot that we can of units. It's divided up, it's proportioned with these buffers and landscaping areas, that this is something that you would see in Alpharetta or Roswell. This is not something that is going to be a low-end housing that's in the low 100s. As I showed on that map earlier, the 200s to 300 townhomes only exist on the northern counties, and we need to bring that down here. And we don't need to put it on every corner, but
Please just order in the room, please. We have a guest speaker. Please do not have outcry. Thank you.
The renderings that you've shown us, are you comfortable submitting those as that what we will get in this area, which we stated, the one to my left, to the left up here, and on the very top, and not the one at the bottom? Are you comfortable with that mixture?
I'm comfortable with that mixture, and in fact, I'm comfortable with not only receiving the zoning conditions this evening, but also coming back before you and the planning staff for approval at a later date once a builder is identified before we even start construction. I'm confident in the quality of this development. I'm confident in the fact that we have preserved a tremendous amount of overspace. I'm confident that we meet the future land use plan. This piece of property, we have the land use plan that designates it up to 6 units to the acre. So this is a piece of property that's already been designated to provide diverse development, diverse quality units. It's not a piece that was intended to be 100-foot wide lots. There's other areas in the county that are very much designated for that. And I'm not trying to fit something into an area that hasn't already been planned for that. And this area, according to your own land use plan, is designated for medium density, which is what we're proposing.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, the floor is now open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Yes.
I have taken the time to review and turn down these developers, I think 3 times. And in turning them down 3 times, they went back and did their homework. They did the research that was needed. They brought back to this county what I think is a product that we can live with. That's for one thing. These are not cheap townhomes. The ones I will say that they proposed earlier did, in my opinion, fit that type of description. But now we have the opportunity to bring a brownstone-like community with a craftsman-style community infused in it to Henry County. In addition to that, we have renderings that I would like to see us take the time and use and put as a part of the conditions to build in this community. I don't want any surprises come to our community. If that's what we're looking at, that's what we expect. Whatever builder you choose, he needs to come here, do the research, pull the package, and see this is what we're conditioning has to be on that particular site. In addition, I am placing another condition that a traffic study impact shall be required. All the indications and improvements that need to be required for the development be required of the developer/owner. The developer/owner shall coordinate with Henry County DOT regarding all access to the development. In addition to that, make sure that what you have placed before us as what the entrances will look like be a part of the package and submitting. We will hold you accountable to making sure those entrances and exits look exactly like that.
Yes, ma'am.
We've already required for you to make this a community of environmentally friendly status, meaning we have twice the amount of greenery in this particular community and not just the bare minimum. Remember, we do not and will not allow clear cutting in that area. We want you to find a way to enhance the area as it is now. The total number of units you submitted was 178. for this particular project as well. You also submitted to us a gated community, and I stated, please take that money and put it interior and give us high-end finishes so that this townhomes, whatever you want to call them, or brick stones, will be a high-end finish. And we do have to consider millennials. I want to thank the young man who stood up and talked about the fact of having mortgages approved now. Students coming out of colleges must declare their student loan values now in order to be approved to purchase a house. So your sons or grandsons will not be able to buy the house that you're in now based upon the new standards that have been placed out there by the federal government that they have to use to approve homes. So that has to be declared, and we do know that in Henry County, especially in District 4, we have already come into agreement to bring in a new hospital into the area. In that area, we hope to attract more nurses, occupational therapists, and physical therapists who will come with you with student loans, and we're hoping to attract them to this type of community. Okay. We're definitely looking for you, and we must have a mandatory HOA attached to this community. And we like that HOA released to the community at 50% capacity, so they will be able to direct how this community grow from that point forward and have a word and a voice in that process. Emerging this community as a brownstone feature and a craftsman style feature, 65% must be the brownstone feature. 65%. The amenities that you mentioned, they are amenities that we do approve of. Be sure to submit those as a part of the package as well. Nothing less than what we have seen. Again, no surprises. We're not looking for you to give us something here as a picture and then come back and say, that's not what we intended. What I've seen and what I've negotiated with you to this point is what I would like to see in the finished product. I am pleased to see that we will have a drive around behind for some of the garages, which adds value to this community as well. I'm certainly hoping that each one of them, as they are built according to standards, we supersede what is needed for fire protection of our families and not the minimum. We will not put any families in jeopardy here. In fact, I noted that you stated that some of these houses will have 10 tops on them, correct? Some type
As
of
accents on the exterior porches, et cetera.
On exterior,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me
Yes,
then. On exterior.
Yes,
But we definitely want to make sure that you have all the fire requirements met or superseded for different types of community of this nature. I think I mentioned making sure that the lake is community friendly. Also the retention pond, make sure it's not just a mud hole, but the detention pond, make sure it's environmentally friendly and complements the area. I'm going to submit this document, which has 16 conditions on it, to staff. Staff, before they leave, please make sure they get a copy of it to place in the package to let us know that I am very, very serious about how we're going to allow these types of communities to come to Henry County. Now, it was stated that this does not complement the area. Let me address that for just a moment. Like it or not, Henry County is changing. And like it or not, we have to move with that change. As we heard at the very first part of this program, we are growing by leaps and bounds. There is a new buyer in town. That buyer does not want the big footprint of 3,000 square feet. They are not married to their homes. They are professionals. They want to live in a community, travel, enjoy their community, and come back. And they have the right during their time period of purchasing to have a product line out there for them. Not for me, not for my grandmother, not for your grandmother, but for them. And this is an opportunity to say to the world again, as Henry County progresses, and as we talk about we want innovation, and digital and technology to come to this area and other companies to come here. We have to prepare for them in our living styles as well. And I think this community can be an example of what we can bring to Henry County in style and fashion and be very bracing and make it a community we are very proud of. So I'm looking to you all to do just that, because I'm quite sure this is not the last community that you want to represent, Mr. Moore. I'm certainly hoping it's not the last one that you want to develop in the county. So we're looking for you to be lift the standards of here and making sure that all that we have before us is what we're expecting in this particular rendering.
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon that, Madam Chair, I do make a recommendation that we approve this development with the conditions that I have outlined, knowing that we're bringing to this community what is needed to grow in this community, for the new buyer in this community, the new Henry County in this community, and knowing that we're getting a standard here that I think that we can take forward and be proud of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, because I was wondering about the conditions. Yeah.
Stacy?
Yes, I do have those 16 conditions.
I would suggest you put them on the overhead for the board to see and maybe mark them
Thank you.
as exhibit number 1, and it can be, we can make sure we have those 16 conditions covered, in addition to the others that the commissioner mentioned.
Could I ask a question about one of those conditions? It was minor, but I think it was condition number 5, said a decorative fencing should be required surrounding the entire development. I can't even read from there.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Meeting the approval of the building plan review department.
Mr. Jordan, that was one of the things we had spoke of when we had thought about making this a gated community. And I have asked them to take the money that was going to be used to make a gated community and put it interior for high-end finishes. So I am good with removing conditions number 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. So, item number 3 says that the total number of dwelling units shall be limited to 184, and I knew there was a discussion about the square footage, and so how many dwelling units are we really talking about? And again, want to clarify the square footage of what we're talking about for these units.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where the 174 came from. I think our application had 178 and 6 duplexes. It was 178 townhomes and 6 duplexes. But, I mean, that, I don't know where that number came from, but.
Oh, I'm just reading the,
I think it's 170, 178
looking at what you've got on this
townhomes.
list. Okay.
Is that what it
And
says?
can you, okay, well, confusion, all right. The other thing is, where is this mention of this tin roof? I wanted, what is?
That was my mistake.
What do you mean?
I made that mistake, Madam Chair. He did not say tin roof. I thought he did.
I think he said that there may be some accents on porches that would have tin roofs. That was the only reference to that.
Okay.
And that was in alignment with the Craftsman style architecture.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Commissioner, you had said that the pictures are intended to be part of the exhibit. So whatever those pictures show will guide this development.
Absolutely. That is part of the conditions. I do not want any surprises on that.
If I may, for clarification, condition number 1 regarding the traffic impact study, that traffic impact study needs to be completed before the issuance of any development permit so that we'll know exactly what sorts of improvements will be required.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board?
And we need to make sure we have those photographs to include in the clerk's record as well. So if you make sure you leave those with Stacy before you leave.
Okay, so any other questions or comments from the board? All right, so Commissioner Thomas, was that a motion that you were making with the conditions, or?
That's the motion with the conditions attached, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there? Okay, if we, we're gonna move on the motion and have discussion. Is there a second? we've got a motion. Is there a second? Okay. All right, thank you. It fails. Okay, so
I think you should conclude with a successful motion, whether to approve or deny, so perhaps you can call for another motion.
Okay, so.
Our ordinance actually says that no action is no action, so we need to take final action on a zoning ordinance.
Okay, so that motion for the zoning conditions, the zoning matter with those conditions failed, so now the floor is now open for a motion to take action.
When do I ask a question to change some of this stuff?
After we have a second.
Can we?
So we can pause right now. Commissioner Clemens, I want to go ahead and recognize you because
Okay.
you got a.
So I have a concern about number 12, the design of the dwelling units. This is very different from what is required in our standard design. It reads nothing like our normal stuff. It is got all kinds of different materials in it. I would like to see that number 12 compared to what our normal design is. Number 13, a minimum of 100 dwelling units shall feature brownstone facades. What does the other 80-something look like? There's no condition for that. The minimum square feet is not in here at all. It's not even addressed. When we talk about square feet and we talk about what the price range is, it's based on the square feet. If you start at 1,300, this truly will become a rental property in Section 8. So you got to make sure that you put the square feet is not in here. I think it's missed. The square feet is not in here. You got to put the square feet. So I can't support this without everything that we've talked about being in here. It's not in here. We didn't, and the conditions weren't clear. It wasn't saying the conditions will be this, that, and the other. And so I think that we need to go back, get this right, and then maybe bring it back again, because it's not right, and it doesn't, if we want $270,000 townhomes and up, you gotta start the square feet, but that's what they're gonna pay. So I'm okay with having townhomes, but I want townhomes. Millennials, I have a 25 and a 21-year-old, they'll go to, if they make enough to pay $379, but they wanna live down here in the $379 townhome. Let's give the millennials something. We don't want something that investors are gonna buy and that's gonna become rental property quick. So I think that what you have is great, but we got to put the square feet on it. There's no square feet, and you all are not the builders. You're not the builders. You're just agreeing to something. The builder can come in, and if we don't put it in these conditions, it's not going to follow. So I just wanted to say that I didn't support this because everything that we just talked about is not in these conditions yet. We need to go back. We need to put everything in here, make sure that we're getting quality, the square feet, make sure the price range is going to start right, and then bring it back to the board again. It's just too much stuff going on, and it's not clear for me. So that's my comment.
I think Commissioner Holmes, you had a comment? Okay, and my comment is, if we're gonna have good quality development, I don't want 65% brownstone. I want it 100%. Something that is going to be good and representative. So again, maybe something in between, but we just need to make sure that it is good quality development here if we're going to bring it here. I will say I'm also concerned about the 3 levels. I don't know why, but it's just something that's sticking out to me. Again, regarding the volume that we're talking about, but again, that's something that we can have a discussion about. But right now, any other comments or questions from the board before we take a motion to take action? All right, the floor is now open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw this at the moment in time for reconsideration at another meeting. I would like to give them an opportunity to bring another product line to me. I do think this is an opportunity to do something great for Henry County, and I'm going to make sure that your concerns as this board is addressed, and then we'll relook at this at another meeting.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion. There's a second. Any other questions or comments? All in favor to withdraw? Okay, I think that was a unanimous agreement. Yes, okay, all right, thank you. Okay, all right, we'll now move into the next zoning matter, and it is also in District 4. Is RZ 1914, and it's the General Holdings Unlimited requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to single-family residence R3 for property located at 1496 Millers Mill Road. And so we again invite up Mr. Stacy Jordan Rudisill for that.
Good evening, Madam Chair,
Good evening again.
Commissioners. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, the subject property is located on Millers Mill Road, just west of the intersection with Highway 155. This property consists of 89.01 plus or minus acres. The applicant is proposing 144 single-family residential homes, and they're requesting an R3 zoning district to accomplish this. The future land use map does show a medium-density residential, which supports the applicant's request. What's illustrated on the overhead at this time is the yield plan. And I just want to say that the applicant's request for a conservation residential subdivision requires this yield plan. And in fact, the Zoning Advisory Board held a hearing and they approved the conservation layout for this subject property. And I just want to state that this conservation layout is not zoning specific. So this has been, this concept of a conservation layout has been approved by the Zoning Advisory Board on July the 25th. This yield plan that is illustrated is based upon an R3. And this is a conventional layout for an R3 subdivision. It complies with our requirement for 2 entrances. It complies with our requirements for the density, limiting this density. It also complies with the minimum lot area, lot width, and so forth. And so the purpose of this yield plan is to come up with the number of lots. And then using the conservation layout that was approved by the Zoning Advisory Board, they can group these lots together with lot sizes that can be as small as 10,890. And so the conservation layout is this layout that's illustrated on the overhead here. So they're showing a 100-foot buffer along the right-of-way of Millers Mill Road. They're showing a minimum 50-foot buffer along the property lines, and they're showing 46% of this property as open space. The minimum is 40, so they're exceeding the amount of open space that is required by the county's code for a conservation layout. The future land use map supports the applicant's request. Staff evaluated the applicant's request. Staff did recommend approval with certain conditions. However, on July the 25th, the Zoning Advisory Board disagreed, and they recommended denial of R3. And I'd be pleased to answer questions.
This again is a public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Okay, so at this time, we will allow a total of 10 minutes for those wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant, to come forward, and then likewise will be granted a total of 10 minutes for those wishing to speak in opposition. So, good evening again.
Good evening again. Steve Moore, Moorbass Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia, representing General Holdings Unlimited on this case. I'll show another rendering of the site plan, the conservation layout that's being proposed. As Stacy mentioned, we did get approval from the Zoning Advisory Board for the opportunity to develop the subdivision or this property as a conservation subdivision. And the lot yield is based on the yield plan that was approved by staff. And then the zoning approval obviously is what would allow this property to be developed like this. The subdivision, as Stacy did a great job explaining, one of the benefits of the conservation subdivision alternative is the forced buffers that happens from public streets and from adjoining properties. The minimum required from Millers Mill Road is 100 feet with a 50-foot perimeter buffer on all other property lines. In addition to that, there's also a stream and an existing lake that are on the property. I'll see if I can point to it. Right there's an existing lake right there. And then there is a stream that feeds that lake, and there's a little bit of wetlands adjacent to that stream. All of those are protected in that open space area, which is about 47% roughly of the total site area. The future land use map does show this as low-density residential up to 2 units to the acre. Our layout meets, or the yield plan meets that density, those density requirements. There are some similar zoning districts or zoning approvals in recent past in the vicinity of this site, the Meadows at Miller's Mill, Barrington, and most recently the residential suburban zoning that was approved on the other side of Miller's Mill Road by J.P. Mosley Park. Those zonings are certainly more dense than some of the other older subdivisions that are adjacent to this project. That mainly being that in 2006, the Cotton Indian sewer interceptor project was complete, which provided sewer down this creek along the back here. Prior to that, there was no sewer, no opportunity to develop much less than an acre, maybe 3/4 of an acre lot. With the fact that that sewer line is adjacent to, even within 2,000 feet of our property, we would have to connect to that, which we do. We have to connect to sewer. So that is in order for anyone to be able to develop this property, they'll connect to sewer, which does allow for a much smaller lot size. Within the 42 acres of open space that we're proposing, it's all buildable property, with the exception of the lake and the little stream that feeds that lake. It's not floodplain. There's no floodplain on the property. It is all developable, buildable property that we're choosing to not develop or build on and to preserve it as recreational opportunities. The layout was prepared in an effort to really provide and incorporate this open space throughout the entire project. Almost every lot either touches open space or backs up to open space. It creates a great opportunity for some privacy in your backyard, to not have somebody's immediate back porch facing your back porch. In addition, there's trails that would be that would be connecting some of these open space areas to the amenity center. The amenity center is proposed here at the end of this parking lot, or at the end of this cul-de-sac. It'll have a small parking lot with a pavilion and a playground, and then connect to the nature trails that would access the lake for fishing or whatever other entertainment value that would provide. They would also have a grilling and picnic area similar to the project we talked about earlier. Again, we feel like we've taken a beautiful piece of property and really tried to enhance and protect the natural features, the existing trees, the natural features, the lake, the stream, protect those in open space, develop the rest of the property in a responsible way that, again, incorporates that open space throughout the entire community where everybody has access to it, not just tucked away in the very back end of the project, accessible by one lot at the end of a cul-de-sac. It is weaves through the entire community, letting everybody enjoy that. We think we got a good project. I'm happy to answer questions, although I know it's a public hearing, so you can't do that. So at this time, I will leave my time for somebody else.
Okay. So at this time, is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Again, anyone else wishing to speak in favor, please come forward now. Okay, seeing none, we are now allowed 10 minutes for a total time for those wishing to speak in opposition to please come forward now. Again, if you will just state your name and address, please.
Thank you. Yeah, Mark Logan, 305 North Mill Parkway. I live in Cotton Fields 2 subdivision, which is directly across the street from this development. Mr. Morey is right. This is a beautiful piece of property. I moved in this subdivision 23 years ago in 1996. The reason I moved my family down here to this piece of property is it was suburban, it was quiet, very tranquil, great place to raise kids. I have raised 5 kids in this subdivision. We have known, now everybody here that's got a red shirt on is with me tonight. Okay, we have all known for the last 20 years at some point in time, there's gonna be a subdivision on this property. It is a absolutely beautiful piece of property. What we don't want is R3, quarter-acre lots. Okay, Cotton Fields, Cotton Fields 2, and Cotton Plantation, 1.5 acre minimum in those 3 subdivisions. Cotton Fields is adjacent to this development here. That is what is here. That is Cotton Fields. Okay. Cotton Fields 2 is across Miller's Mill, so is Cotton Plantation. Minimum 3,000 square foot homes. Okay. We are bordered in Mr. Moore's application to have this rezoned. The north of this property is zoned R8. To the east, it is zoned R8. To the south, it is zoned R8. To the west, it is zoned R8. So what they are proposing is they want to drop an R3 right in the middle of RA property. We have no problem with quality development. Okay, Ms. Thomas, on your profile, on your website, it's smart growth and quality development. Smart growth is not dropping an R3 right in the middle of a RA development. When Cotton Fields was developed, it was 126 acres, 55 lots, 2.29 acres per lot average. Cotton Fields 2 was developed, 92 acres, 54 lots, 1.7 acres per lot. Cotton Plantation, when it was developed, 51 acres, 41 lots, 1.24 acres per lot. Now they want to come in and build on quarter-acre lots. We all have side entrance garages. These will be all front entry garages. One thing Mr. Moore didn't show you, now on the other development, they had renderings of what they wanted to build. Here's what this is going to look like. These are the type houses they will build on this property. Here's what the street's going to look like. 20-foot long driveways. Okay, on an R3, it's 10-foot side setbacks. That's 20 foot in between a house. Here's what the rear of the houses are going to look like. In his rendering right here, that's what you're going to look at Miller, coming down Miller's Mill Road. Is this right here. That's what you're going to look at coming down Miller's Mill Road. Now we're going from a beautiful farm setting to look at that coming down Miller's Mill Road. That is not smart growth. Okay? Here's a little rendering of the type of houses that we have in our subdivisions. Do you see the neighbor? No? This is the entrance into Cotton Plantation. Dead across from the entrance, they're going to cut for these quarter-acre lots. This is what you look like when you turn into Cotton Plantation, as opposed to those. Most of the houses in these 3 subdivisions have one entrance curb cut with 2 driveways, or 2 curb cuts with 2 driveways. Now, on quarter-acre lots, you're going to be doing good to have a 20-foot driveway. On a quarter-acre lot, okay, I know they're doing to the millennials. Okay, God bless their soul, I got 5 of them. Okay, where are they going to put their lawnmower? Where are they going to put their yard tools? They're gonna put them in the garage. They're gonna park in the driveway. Now you got street parking. What happens if they have a couple of friends over? Where are they gonna park? Okay, my driveway is 220 foot long.
This would be that picture. That's what it would look like.
Yeah, that's totally what it's gonna look like. I skipped that when I had that picture. Okay, 96% of the occupants of these 3 subdivisions that are adjacent to her are empty nesters or retirees. Okay, if you allow this R3 development to be developed, you're gonna reduce bare minimum our home values by 10%. I just had an appraisal done on my house since with the board, the zoning board meeting, because I wanted to know. We are struggling in these 3 subdivisions because we're in a 30281 area or zip code to get $100 a square foot. Now, how do they think they're going to sell a 2,400 square foot home on R3 that for $300,000? That's what Mr. Moore said at the zoning board meeting. That's $125 a square foot. There is not a house in 30281 that sells for $125 a square foot. Okay, so what you're asking us to do, all of these people here in the red shirts, we're at empty nester or retirement. You're asking us to give up 10% of our biggest asset. So you're asking each one of us to pay $30,000 to $40,000 so you can approve this development here out of our assets. We're asking you to deny this project, make smart growth. We have no problem if this is a RA development, acre lot. Another thing, has anybody inspected that dam? How old is that dam back there on that pond? Is it viable? How much runoff are you going to have once you develop this 46 acres of the 87 acres? How much runoff are you going to have into that pond down onto that dam? Are we going to see that on the 6 o'clock news one night? One last thing, and then I'll shut up. Okay, this is coming up. This is headed west on Miller's Mill Road. This first arrow is where the first entrance is going to be into this new subdivision. The arrow at the top of the hill, which you can't hardly see because of the trees, is where the second entrance is going to be. Has anybody done a line of sight study on this? In the application, they said they were going to do a left turn lane. I taught 5 teenagers about this hill right here, slapped them a whole bunch of times, because you have to come to a complete stop. That is a hazard. That entrance should never have been approved, but it was. I asked for smart growth. I asked you to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 23 seconds remaining.
That's fine, I can talk quick. All right, the zoning advisory board, they were confused when they were getting information from over here on this side, and they approved a conservatory lot with a lot of, well, just go ahead and approve it was the word from that side of the room, and they went ahead and approved it. And then later in the meeting, they denied it, because this is not what we want. And if we look at anything, if you live in the gates, I'm just saying, if you live in the gates, the property don't bother you.
We do understand that those are here in the red shirts, and we understand that those that are remaining in the line are those that are speaking in opposition. We have expired the time to speak on this zoning matter. So at this time, what is the pleasure of the board? Excuse me, I will manage the meeting. Thank you, sir. So there is apparently a request to extend the time. What is the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion to extend the time?
I'll make a motion to extend.
We have a motion to extend.
Second.
And there's a second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor to extend? Okay, all in favor to extend? Okay, it didn't pass. Okay, All right, so we didn't and get the approval to extend the time. So at this time, we'll invite now back the applicant and allow any questions or comments from the board. Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Moore, would you please give more information about the style of homes and the type of homes that you're proposing to put in this area?
Excuse me, please, we will not have outcry during this proceeding, so the public hearing part is ended. Thank you.
I'd like to address one comment that was made about appraisals. New construction brings 20% higher appraisals per square foot than existing construction. That is an industry standard, and that is commonly accepted, and that's any appraiser will tell you that's how homes are appraised by the square foot. New construction in today's dollars are significantly higher than 10, 15, 20 years ago. Yes, so here's some representations of the homes that we're looking to build. The ones on the top there, top left, is a 4,000 square foot house. The one directly below it is a 3,800 square foot house. The one on the top right is 3,000, and the one on the bottom also is right at 3,000. So that's a ranch and a couple of two-story ideas. It'll be a craftsman-style community. And there were some conditions that the staff had that we are accepting of. I think it required a water table and craftsman-style accents. We've got columns and porches shown on the renderings as well. Thank you.
Would you go in a little bit more detail? Are these 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms? Give us
No,
some.
they'll all be 4 and 5 bedroom homes. There will be no 3 bedroom homes.
Thank you. Can you give us a little bit more information about the finishes of your homes, sir?
Yeah, these homes will have hardwood floors in them as well, depending on how much the buyer wants to put. They'll have that option to upgrade as much of the flooring as they want to, but there'll be a minimum area of hardwood floors on the first floor. There'll be granite countertops in these homes. There'll be LED lighting throughout the homes. The master bedrooms on these homes are extremely large. A lot of them, most of these have a sitting room also attached to the master bedroom. The one down in the left-hand corner has a large sitting room or a media room option off the hallway. So we want to give buyers out here plenty of choices, but these will be homes as described. Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to submit these pictures here as the styles and homes that will be in that community?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about a conservation subdivision. I think you described that these homes will not be back to back. Will any of these
Correct.
homes be back to each other?
Right, so if you look at the site plan, I don't know, is that still down there? So part of trying to conserve area, and everybody has a different definition of what would be smart growth. Smart growth is what you look in the way of transportation and things that we're now dealing with in 2019 as opposed to things that we didn't have in the past, but trying to minimize the length of street and curb and storm and sewer and water that goes into a community is very important for sustainability, for stability of maintenance that relates directly, of course, to taxes that go to pay for those expenses. So as you look at the site plan, when we took the pictures that were shown up there, while I appreciate the effort of that, and I understand what's trying to be communicated there, those are streets that are straight, little to no care given to the design of the community. I don't like that look either, but we took the time to lay this community out with cul-de-sacs and curvature in the roads, along with the lots. We didn't just take the green space and thoughtlessly shove it all to the back. We interwove it in the community to where, as you look at that, over 90% of your lots or more, everybody backs up to a large open space. In addition, I'd like to point out again that the open space that we've conserved in the rear of the property is all flat and buildable. It's not extreme topo or anything along those lines. But integrating that, as you can see, all the way back to the front of the community it's a smart and intelligent plan. It's not just packing and stacking houses straight down a grid system. So we're proud of the development.
One of the speakers spoke about a dam in one of the small lakes in the area. Are you prepared to have an engineered study done on that dam and make any corrections that may be needed?
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make sure that this community and communities adjacent are safe from any type of disaster?
Right. I mean, the dam is existed there for as a pond for well beyond the time that we've had. I mean, I don't know how long it's been there, but it's been there a long, long time. And so, you know, it's been tested against a lot of rain and runoff. But so I think there's some things in there that are definitely a concern. But we will have a hire dam engineer to evaluate the dam and make recommendations of its suitability. And if it's not suitable or repairable, then we'll take his recommendation on that as well.
And we're not adding. We're actually we're not using that lake for any stormwater related issues with this project. We have ponds upstream of that will slow the water down, that will treat the stormwater before it's released into that. Basically, the amount of water that's getting to that pond today is the amount that it will receive once this property is fully developed.
You're not purposely directing any water in that area?
No, ma'am. In fact, we're buffering that pond with other ponds that will take care of that stormwater before it even gets to the pond.
Okay. But still,
we'll still
the
evaluate
study
this
will have
stability.
to be done
Absolutely.
by a professional, and whatever requirements are there or presented has to be part of the agreement to correct or
Yes, ma'am.
enhance. You also gave us renderings where most of the garages are front. Do you have plans to have at least 85% of those side entrances? Is that possible with this type of design?
We've proposed, and I think is the way that the staff condition was written was where feasible, which we think where feasible is pretty much at every intersection. There's also some areas, obviously, where you would have the opportunity to be adjacent to the open space. One of the benefits of that open space weaving through the community is that you get the opportunity for side entry on those two lots, around the cul-de-sacs, those two lots, those two lots, those two lots, those two, and then obviously any corner lot gives you the opportunity to provide side entry, and that was what our intent was. And I think that's what staff's intent was with.
As it is, the maximum garages be frontals is what you're saying?
I think a majority of them would be, but maybe, I don't know what the percentage is. We haven't gone and placed a building product on every lot to see where it was feasible. But I think, which I think is where staff came up with the where feasible condition.
Okay. Talk again about the amenities that you're bringing to the community.
Yes, ma'am. The entrance, and we will, obviously, there's a condition about lining up with the two entrances, the two existing entrances, but I think there's also a condition about meeting intersection site distance requirements. And so whichever one prevails, we'll certainly adhere to. This is the proposed entrance. It's intended to have a very heavily landscaped and monumented entry feature like this. This is another subdivision that Neil developed. And that's exactly the look and feel that he intends on providing in this project.
Okay, again, we're looking at pictures. Are you prepared to submit that as how the entrances will look?
Yes, ma'am.
The other amenities that you're bringing to the community?
This is just representative of, again, the open-air pavilion, very similar design to what we showed earlier, a picnic area, and then the nature trails that would feed through the community and access the lake. There's also a playground that I don't have a photograph of, but it would be a commercial-grade playground suitable for that size subdivision.
When you show this amenity area, are we looking at one of these or two of these? How many do you have planned for the community?
For this project, we're proposing one amenity center that is basically at the terminus of this cul-de-sac, again, with just given the opportunity to incorporate the lake into that area.
Okay.
But we could certainly look at splitting the uses within that amenity up and put them in other areas. We have lots of other areas.
I'm looking at the size of the community and how you have it laid out. It definitely would be more community-friendly to have two instead of one. That's what I was thinking
Yes,
about.
ma'am. And we have talked about in this vicinity here, just to provide some separation, possibly there or somewhere in there, just to give residents the opportunity to kind of go in two different directions.
One of the conditions that I'm looking at, that all four sides of these homes that you're presenting be brick. Is that something you're prepared to add to this as well?
I don't think that's a new condition. That wasn't in those conditions.
If we could see on the overhead the staff conditions, Commissioner, what condition number 4 is recommended to say is that the home shall consist entirely of a combination of 2 or more of the following on all sides: brick, stone, stucco, and cement fiber board. Vinyl-based products are only permitted in soffits, eaves, and fascia.
I see that's your recommendation. My goal is to make sure that at least 85% or more of that house is in some form of brick or stone. And I don't want it to be the opposite, where it's in more siding than brick or stone. I think it's okay to have the soft product lines to complement the house, but the house itself needs to be more in the hard line, product line. So that's what that would have to be a change in that condition as well, okay?
Are you essentially asking like for 3 sides brick, or just that 75% of all 4 sides are brick or stone?
I'm simply saying that the house itself should be a minimum at least 75% of the hard line products, okay? And not the soft line products. I don't want to leave it open where we have a 75% house in vinyl or some other easements of that nature, but be within the stone, the stucco, or the brick.
Okay, and I see our county manager right there. Commissioner Thomas, just for clarification, because that's going to be complicated for our building department to try to enforce when we're looking at 75%. That means that every time this builder brings a set of plans in, they're going to have to measure out that percentage. And I want to make sure that's what you're asking for, that for every building plan, they are to delineate what percentage of that home is brick, what percentage of that home is stone or stucco. Is that what you're looking for?
So 4-sided brick, can we do the 4-sided brick and still meet the conditions of this subdivision? Because we're really looking for a 4-sided brick subdivision.
I don't mind incorporating some 4-sided brick. What seems like a lot of people are asking in the marketplace right now is for the craftsman style homes, and that's what our main objective was. We can definitely put some 4-sided brick homes mixed in with the community.
And so, Commissioner Thomas, let's talk about craftsman style, because I think we use that terminology to mean brick, stone, or stucco.
Right.
And Craftsman style is not just your brick, stone, or stucco. Brush Arbor is a perfect example of a development that's a Craftsman style, but a lot of those homes may be hardy plank. And so if we're gonna say Craftsman style, we need to make sure that we have examples of what you're looking for so that when our staff is enforcing these conditions, we know exactly what that home should look like. So we'll definitely need to see some visuals of what you're expecting the homes to look like. Now, if you're looking for a four-sided brick, then we can certainly modify that condition to read the home shall consist entirely of a combination of two or more, or all four sides shall consist of the following materials. And then that would take care of the four-sided brick, and it leaves some flexibility in terms of the building materials. But I'll caution against Craftsman style, because when we get to the building stage, our staff is going back and forth with the builder, because this won't be the builder. We'll have someone else that's meeting with staff, and their interpretation of Craftsman style and what we interpret it to be may be quite different. So we do want to make sure that we have a visual of what that needs to look like.
Do you have any visuals other than what you have tonight to present?
No, ma'am, that's what we had previously discussed and submitted with staff, but another alternative would be to have, a full front brick and then require a brick skirt all the way around the house. And then with the full front brick, give us an opportunity to do an accent of at minimum of no more than 25% of the front of the house would have an accent of a Craftsman style, which would be a batten board cedar shake accent. Would that be acceptable?
From what I'm hearing tonight and from what I'm hearing from you from the county manager, then we really do need to get the renderings, because I don't want any surprises on this particular subdivision at all. I want to make sure that what we're requesting is what you're bringing to us. And that's not what I'm sure of with what you brought tonight. So I think at this point in time, Madam Chair, I'd like to put forth the motion.
Question before your motion, if that's okay. Even the renderings that you brought, you said that they were 3 and 4 bedrooms. Is that correct?
So there are 4 and 5.
I'm sorry?
4 and 5.
4 and 5 bedrooms. And the total square footage is what again?
They go from about 2,400 to 4,000.
Okay, so whenever we come back, I'd like to understand the makeup of where and how many are at the 4,000 and not. And then I think the other thing I thought you were going to talk about is more side entry, because I'm thinking about, the complements of the other communities, if that's something to be considered as well. But that was just a question based on some of the feedback I heard. Okay. Other questions? I saw Commissioner Clemens and I see Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Clemens?
If she's gonna table it, then that's fine, but I was thinking that to achieve what's comparable to what's in the other neighborhoods, it could be 4-side brick, stone, stucco only, no hardy plank, no siding, no none of that, the other stuff that can be thrown in to make it, less costly. And then definitely all the side entry and 3 side entries will give a bigger house. He showed 3 different price ranges. It could start at a minimum of 3,000 square feet. So there were some things that you could do to make sure you get something that's comparable, unless you just want to table it.
I think.
Okay, well, we'll allow, any other comments, Commissioner Clemens?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Thomas, unless there is another commissioner. Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Wilson, yes.
Project, I don't think this project fits the community. And then my other statement would be the houses being 62 foot on a 62-foot lot with a 10-foot setback on each side, 20 feet apart. This could create a public safety issue. When you got cars parked on the street, dudes that can't park in the driveways on each side, and you have, if fire ever breaks out and the wind's blowing, this could cause a big issue. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
And staff, I really want the camera department to go back and see the opening statement from the first gentleman that came up when he was describing the community. I didn't know if he said urban and wide or urban and white. So I definitely want to go back and definitely get the staff to go back. Suburban and white or suburban and wide? Suburban. Oh, okay, so just go back, because I didn't understand what that was. I actually went back to rewind that to see what that was.
Okay, any other questions or comments before we go back to Commissioner Thomas? Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
To the presenters tonight, I want to say that I really do think you have a very good vision for this area, and I do support it. I will say that I do support conservation subdivisions, and the work that you put into this, I do appreciate. My concern right now is that there is, seem to be not enough information for everyone to see your vision, and not enough information for everyone to see how well this is going to work. What I'd like for you to do for me, if you will, to bring this back to us, but bring back the renderings of the home exactly of what it will look like. There is no way that I think that in this particular time and period that we're going to get acre lots, and I'm not going to even try to push you to that. And I know a lot of those acre lots are sitting out there because they're on septic tanks and everything else. And now that progress has come forth and innovation has come forth, you're able to put a higher density there because we have access to utilities. We have access to a sewer line, and sanitation and water. And I do think that's what we need to take advantage of. And one thing that smart growth does is takes advantage of what's around us to protect Earth, because it won't be there forever if we don't. And we need to learn to share more of our amenities than we have done in the past. And that's one thing I want us to continue to do. I do want you to consider also adding another one of the sheltered areas for the outside amenities, because this is a sizable community and we're building it for families. So families and children need a place to enjoy their community as well. And there are neighbors who want to know each other. They do want to see each other, and they protect each other in their communities. So I do appreciate that aspect of any community. So if you will, Madam Chair, I would like to have this item tabled for tonight to give an opportunity to work with these presenters once again and have this brought back to this board again for consideration.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any further questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of that motion? Okay, any opposed? Okay, it's 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, our next item, which was the City of Hampton annexation, that item was removed from the agenda as earlier amended. And so we ask now that we move into the next item is, so why don't we just take a, is the pleasure of the board to take a 5-minute break for a restroom break? Have a motion to take a 5-minute break? Yes. Okay. All right, second. All right, all in favor, one is gone. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and I'll set the timer. Yeah, we're getting ready to reconvene. Okay, we'll now reconvene and move into our next agenda item. And our next item is a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Boys and Girls Club of Central Georgia, and we invite up Mr. David Smith, our Financial Services Director, for that presentation.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. This resolution is to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Boys and Girls Club of Central Georgia. The plan is that they will offer recreational services for us on behalf of Henry County in exchange for a $150,000 payment for program years 2020 through 2022. The goal is to make this payment by November 15th of this year. Staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move into the next item, which is a resolution to approve the execution and delivery of a sewer easement off of Millers Mill Road in District 4. And we recognize the County Attorney, Patrick Jockstatter.
Good evening. The county has received a request from the Reservoir Group LLC for a sanitary sewer easement over a portion of Miller's Mill, or I'm sorry, a portion of Mosley Park up off of Millers Mill Road. The survey of the easement is shown on your overhead on the exhibit. We have had the easement reviewed both by your county engineering staff, or your county park staff and your engineering staff, and they have expressed no real concerns about the easement. It's on the very back end of the park. It will cross some walking trails, but we will ensure that the easement agreement requires the developer, when they install the easement, to restore those walking trails or bore under them, and we'll let the engineers determine which one of those is better. We've also had the easement interest appraised. It appraised at $1,320. And the resolution in front of you, if you so choose to approve it, would require payment of the appraised value and all expenses incurred in the process, which would include both the appraisal, attorney fees, and should we incur any engineering fees or expenses. And at the conclusion of their work, they will be required to do two things: both restore the property to its condition prior to construction and ultimately transfer and assign or dedicate the sewer easement to the Henry County Water and Sewage Authority. So that's the proposal to you today for your consideration.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any other comments? All in favor? That resolution passes unanimously. Okay, we're moving to the next item, which is an ordinance to amend sections 3-2-21.18 of the Henry County Code of Ordinances entitled Public Participation, and we invite the county manager again for that presentation.
Good evening. A request was
County Attorney, I'm
received.
sorry.
A request was received to consider making some changes to the public comment ordinance, which is titled in your ordinance book of Public Participation Ordinance. I'm going to step over to the computer and scroll through on the screen what those changes are. And there are actually some not competing, but some alternate changes for you to consider. So the first request, or the first potential change, there we go, would be to reduce the amount of time for any individual speaker from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. There is a proposal as well to eliminate this section that would allow extension of that time by approval of a majority of the Board of Commissioners. So in other words, the proposal will be 3 minutes for public comment, and that's it. No extensions, no expansions of that time. The next change would cap the total amount of public comment in any individual meeting to 30 minutes. So people would still go through the same process. You would sign up, you would appear in front of the board. If more than 10 people sign up for public comment, beginning at person number 11, they would be placed first at the next regular meeting to give their public comments. And then the last change there are two other changes. One proposal would be to place the public comment as near to the beginning of the agenda as is reasonably possible. The alternate is to put the public comment as near to the end of the agenda as is reasonably possible. Both of those requests have come in. The final request, or the final change would be, if the board sees fit, to limit public comment to matters appearing on the agenda. In other words, the only matters in which the board would consider public comment would be those things that appear on the agenda at the time the public comment speaker is presented. So that's presented to the board for consideration, and these requests came from commissioners. Staff doesn't really have a position. We will create the ordinance that the commissioners direct us to create.
All right, well, thank you, and I'll take the lead in making the comments about this. I made an original request to move the public comments earlier into the agenda because we do have individuals, as an example, tonight, we're here, it's 10 o'clock, 10:09, and we've had constituents that have public comment, have had to wait. I know we've had some concerns from about seniors having to be out, especially late on an evening like this. So the goal was to move it earlier into the agenda, but specifically because last Board of Commissioners meeting, the public comment section was moved and also minimized to 3 minutes. And so I said, well, if we're going to move it early into the agenda, let's give people 3 minutes. Again, let's recognize that we've got business to conduct. But at the same time, it was to not limit anyone on what they speak about. They can speak about any county-related matter. And so that was the original purpose of why the agenda public comment was initiated. I know I started it. And I want to take a moment of personal privilege to apologize to Mr. Kolpak. And it was because at the last Board of Commissioners meeting, I know I met you coming in, and you said that you were coming in to sign in to give public comment and that you were coming back. And so at the last Board of Commissioners meeting, the agenda was amended to move those public comments, and you were not able to speak. And so I just felt that when the agenda items, amendments were made, they were all bundled together. I kind of wish I had unbundled them because there were legitimate reasons around the amendment agendas that needed to be addressed. But because all of that was lumped in together, I did vote to actually move the public comment with the other amendment items. But I feel that, again, because I knew that you wanted to speak and that you had made a point of privilege to come in to sign in early, I want to say I apologize, and I regret that. But it did cause me to think through, again, what and why I would recommend moving the public comments to earlier in the agenda. That would allow individuals 3 minutes, that we would cap it for 30 minutes and allow those that maybe didn't get a chance to speak in that 30-minute period to come to the next Board of Commissioners meeting, because if we move it earlier, we need to conduct business, but at the same time, I believe that any citizen should be able to speak about any county-related issue. Now, I do agree that we should not have any slanderous or impertinent personal attacks against any commissioner, any staff member, any employee. But that was the attempt and that was the intent of why I initiated a recommendation to address these public comments. Now, there were apparently other additions made that the county attorney just presented. So those are my thoughts on that. Commissioner Clemens.
I would just like to say I disagree with the public comments being at the beginning of the meeting because of things like tonight with all of the zonings and stuff. Those people don't come here for the public comments. And I think they should be able to get in. Our people that are coming here for rezoning and all that should be able to come in here, get the county business out of the way, and then leave. I'm okay with the 3 minutes, but I don't agree with capping it at 10 or 11 people. Nobody considered that when the Confederates came, and I was here for 6 hours when they were talking. This is a freedom of speech county. If you don't like it, don't run. People get to say what they want to say. I don't think that we should have to limit to that. I think this shouldn't be slanderous. I think that we have things in our ordinance that say don't speak directly to the person, don't call out names. But people get to say what they want to say. If they're coming, there's some older people that have come in and have talked about their mailbox that wasn't on the agenda. You can't tell them they can't come to the meeting because we didn't put it on the agenda. They should be able to voice their public concerns at the meetings. And so I disagree with that. The other thing is that if it's an issue with them being here late at night, that's why we have morning meetings. They can schedule to come to the morning meetings and voice their opinions at the morning meeting. So my concern is that 3 minutes is fine. People still should be allowed to get an extension with the majority of the board's vote, but everything else should stay the same.
Other comments? Commissioner Wilson?
Currently, we have it at the end of the meeting for 5 minutes, unlimited. I think what we have is working, and if it works, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Barham?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Wilson. I think it's working fine the way it is, and if it ain't broke, we don't need to fix it.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas?
I will make a comment. I did make the suggestion that it goes to 3 minutes. We have a lot of people come to make public comments, and we need to take time to try to give as many opportunity to speak as possible. I don't particularly care whether it's at the beginning or the end of the agenda, but I do think it needs to be at 3 minutes to allow them to speak. We do need to be considerate, as we heard tonight. We're here, it's almost 10:30. So there is nothing that we are trying to keep people from speaking or saying what they want to say. They're welcome to do so. I'm known for doing it myself, and I will continue to do so. So you're welcome. Your public comments are welcome. What you have to say is welcome. We're here to listen to it. When we think it's appropriate to respond, we will respond to it, and we're welcome to go forth. And things do change. We need to look forward to change. Henry County has got to get past, that's the way it's been, that's the way it should stay. That's not how things should be in Henry County. We constantly speak in double things around here. We want to grow, we want to be progressive, we want to be digitally advanced, we want new companies to come, but at the same time we're saying, let's stay the way we are. That's not going to happen, because new people will come here. And if we don't control the change that's going to take place, and make sure that we know how that change will take place, new people will come and they will do it for us.
Okay, well, other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion. Since I initiated the public comment amendment, I will say that my recommendation is to move the public comments soon into the agenda at 3 minutes, capping it at 30 minutes, and the citizen is able to speak on any county-related matter. So that is the motion that I put before. Is there a second? Hearing none, that fails. Thank you. We will remain as we are. All right, thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, we have the option to make another motion.
You do.
I would like to put forth the motion that we have keep our public comments to 3 minutes, keep them at the end of our agenda as it is now, and allow them to speak on whatever subject matter they choose to speak on within those 3 minutes times.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second.
I have a question.
Okay.
With time for discussion?
Yes.
So is this a motion saying that everything stays exactly the same, the way it is at the end? We just change it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, but people still get to get an extension with the majority of the board votes. That's what I want to make sure that we're clear, that we're not changing anything but from 5 minutes to 3 minutes with an extension if it is related to something that the board needs to hear past the 3 minutes.
Okay, is that
That's
your
the
motion?
That's the motion? Okay, that's the motion.
Yes, now, I would like to clarify that your current ordinance does not specify when public comment happens. You control that through your agenda, and that's how it's been for 4 or 5 years now, so.
I agree with the other commissioners, leave everything the way it is. The only thing we're saying is that we go from 3 minutes, from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. I've seen people get up and they can't even talk for 5 minutes. They just babbling on. But I think 3 minutes, so what's the motion? And
So
it's
what
the
that
second.
would look like is the only change would be this bit in red. Nope, not that bit. I think I may have
No.
read the wrong section. One more time. This bit right here.
Yes,
And nothing else.
Right.
everything else remains the same.
Right, everything else
Yep.
stays the same.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of that motion? Any opposed? Okay, it remains the same.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Make another motion.
Okay,
I would like the motion that, because I don't want this to come back, that we leave everything the way it is and you deal with it or step down. No, just,
okay, so the motion is to leave it as it is.
yeah, because we need to
Okay,
make, we got to call
all right,
action.
so we have a motion to leave it as it is. So there's a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? We're gonna go through this just to make sure it's clear.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need to, we got to send a message that this is what we're doing so we don't coming back to this again.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I didn't see your hand raised, Commissioner. She
Can't
abstained?
Just leave it like this.
Okay. All right, majority rule on that. 5 in favor of leaving it the same, 1 abstain. Okay, we will now move into our public comment section, and so we'll look to our county clerk and ask how many public comments do we have this evening?
There are 11 this evening.
11 public comments, okay. So this is the time on the agenda where we allow our citizens to come and voice their county-related concerns. And again, everyone is requested to sign in advance prior to the meeting, and each individual will be granted 5 minutes to speak. So at this time, we'll invite up the first individual. If you'll call their names, at least by twos, and so that we can keep track of
I'll
where
do
we
the
are.
first 3 are Larry Morey, Bill Toney, and Michael Parrish.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good evening.
My name is Larry Morey, 483 Walker Drive, McDonough. You know, you had your guy here from the Atlanta Regional Commission. He forgot to tell you that in 1989, I walked across the Chattahoochee River on rocks. There wasn't no water. We were at 71 feet pool in the reservoir. We've had all this growth since then, and about every 20 years, you have a drought. So the next time we have a drought, it's going to be like a herd of elephants leaving Atlanta. That's his planning, because in '89 I told him they better build some reservoirs like Dallas, Texas. They built 29. Atlanta hadn't built but 1. So we'll see how that goes. I do applaud y'all for taking aerials of the county and measuring footprints of houses. We did that in Mitchell County. We found out that a lot of people had added on to houses, and the houses were twice as big, and the taxes were totally out of whack. But there's also another problem in Henry County is certain people getting certain breaks on their residences and buildings because of who they are and whose friend they are and whose business associate they are. So y'all really, if you really want to do something, you need to have all these places updated and check the valuations on the houses and the buildings, because there's a tremendous variation between some of them according to whose buddy you are, who you kin to, or so forth, and so forth. So that's something for you to increase your taxes, probably revenue about 20% or more, if you take time to do it. Also, I was hoping that guy would stay here for the Atlanta Regional Commission, because anybody that travels up and down that highway, about the only thing that's helped is the special lane has helped is you can get on it if you pay, and you may get home a little bit quicker, but you ain't sure ain't gonna get on quicker on the regular lanes of I-75, and very seldom on that special lane, because it's going the wrong way when you need to get home because of everything being blocked. You know, y'all can get up here and ramble on for 30 minutes and it's okay. But poor old suckers like us that want to have more than a minute, you know, and then y'all make us go to the end of the line. It's kind of like putting lady on the back of the bus in Montgomery. Shame on y'all. The reason you don't have any more comments is because people don't wait for y'all to go through a lot of this stupid stuff to get to the real stuff to want to talk about trying to make the county better off. So you have to wait here for 3 hours for y'all to talk about mundane stuff that you could have handled by some of your staff a lot of times, but you'll go through this mundane stuff and make people like us wait till the end to comment. I'm going to have the last minute of my presentation in silence. I deserve it. I've been granted it. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to take my time to just show you how stupid this thing really is. Because y'all don't listen. Y'all going to do what you're going to do, and it don't matter. D, I helped you get elected. And I up until tonight, I didn't mind. I got kicked out of the Republican Party because I supported you, and you're a Democrat. But because I thought this was America. I thought it was a land of freedom. Wait a minute. I've got one more minute up here. Now
you're talking about her personally, so talk about county-related
she's my
please.
Commissioner.
And I ask that you have that conversation with her at another time.
I have 43 seconds left. So, you know, I live in America. Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death. I will not live in tyranny. But you try to make us live in tyranny. Because y'all are the boss. You know, y'all got the right to dominate and pass your stupid laws. But it doesn't make it right. James Madison said in 1788, in 200 years the law will be so voluminous there'll be a substance of the law. It's now. You can't get two lawyers to agree on nothing. Can't get y'all to agree on nothing. And my time is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Go ahead and start it up. Bill Tony McDonough. You know, when y'all were doing the zoning, I may be mistaken, but when you're doing the zoning, I thought it was kind of unethical that you ask somebody to bring it back. Well, there's a difference in taking it off the table and it going through the system. If I'm not mistaken, I'd like to have, if y'all wouldn't mind, our attorney to at the end of the meeting to elaborate on that. To where if y'all take it off or if it goes through and it's denied, I think there's a time factor. So just if he would do that, that'd be a good thing. Ms. Thomas, I am totally disappointed in you. I don't think that I live in Thomas County. I live in Henry County. And your vision and everybody else's vision, I think, is a little bit different. I don't want houses stacked on top of houses. I don't want to take an hour to get to the interstate. I don't want that. The people that live here don't want that. And we don't appreciate you shoving it down our throat. Now, I'm beginning to wonder who you work for. If you work for us or if you work for the builders. And you know, it just, you get up here and you talk all this junk and it doesn't mean anything. I heard that you already made up your mind before you got here tonight. At least be honest with these people and tell them that they're wasting their time. You know, just be honest with them. That's a dog and pony show. It's not right. You need to look at your constituents. And these are the people, they voted for you. They trusted you. You too, Dee. You know, you had a bunch of people that helped get elected. And I feel like y'all are not for the people. You're more for yourself than you are the people. And it's not right. This county is in a lot worse mess now than it was when I came here. I promise you. You think about all the people that going from, hold on a minute. in 1990, we went from 59,200 people in the county to this year, 240,000. Now, I want you to look around at all the streets, look at all the roads. How many new roads do you see to take all this? And y'all are wanting to dump more people in on top of us. It may be y'all's vision, but it's not the people's vision. Now, only way that we can come back at you is at the ballot box. And when y'all are running for office, and I think we've got 3 people here that's running next year. And y'all don't seem to be able to listen to the people out here. These people are concerned about their properties, they're concerned about their everyday living, their quality of life. Y'all don't get to make it, for yourself. You think about your people, because I'm telling you, y'all are doing damage to this county that can't be undone hardly. You need to think about it and think about the people that put you in office and the trust factor that they did putting you there. Ms. Thompson, I don't even see how you look at your people. The people I sat here with, the people from your own neighborhood, and they begging you, and they had petitions and everything else. You just ignored all of it. You're ignoring all this stuff. I don't get it. I don't know if you're working for the builder or you're working for the county. You sure ain't working for me, I'll tell you that. I am totally disappointed in really 3 of you, maybe 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. And after Mr. Parrish will be?
Carolyn.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. You can go ahead and proceed, Mr. Parrish. I apologize. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam of the Chair. Good to see you guys again. I've been coming since July. I'm here tonight in a different way. I have a different tone. I want to ask for additional minutes if I can get it. I do have some I want to talk about tonight. If I'm granted, I will be pleased with that. If not, it is what it is, but I do have some I want to talk about. First thing I want to talk about, can I be granted extra time?
No, if you would proceed.
All right. I want to talk about this report. It was done by Croy Engineers. It was given to the county the end of September. October the 1st at the commissioner meeting, it was discussed. This report, it was called an assessment, but it's not an assessment. What it is, it's a fudged estimate, and I can prove it. I spoke to Mr. Carl Carver, Vice President of this company, Croy Engineer. I spoke with him October the 2nd, approximately 3 p.m. I asked him about the report. His first answer to me was, I don't want no problems. I did what I was told to do. And I asked him, what do you mean by that? He said, all the information that's in this report was given to him by people in Henry County right here in this building. And I said, sir, you gotta be kidding me. He said, sir, I don't want any problems. I'm willing to cooperate with whatever you got going on. I said, it is something going on. In this report, it details, it talks about the corrugated pipe in Cochran Park. I heard several people speak about it and states it's only good for 25 years. Corrugated pipe is guaranteed for 100 years under salt water. Cochran Park doesn't have any salt water. Cochran Park has supposed to be a stream up under the ground, which nobody has gave an assessment on what's wrong with Cochran Park yet. To this day, we don't have an assessment, not an estimate what this is. This is a fudge report. Pictures right here, I have right here. When I first came to Cochran Park, I came from Hidden Valley. The pictures in this report, which I'm for sure everybody familiar with it, I seen 15 years ago. These pictures are 15 years old. These pictures were put with an supposed to be assessment October the 1st. That's not true. These pictures in the report, it state that Croy Engineers went to Cochran Park and dug the park up. I took a team of people to Cochran Park the day after Mr. Croy did his assessment. Carl Carver, they took pictures of the park, and I did. They all time and dated. They stamped. These pictures are 16 years old. One guy got up tonight and stated that the pictures, some are new, some are old. None of them are new. All of them are old. These pipes were repaired 15 years ago. These pipes were not put in the ground correct, and these are not current pictures. These pictures were fudged with this Croy Engineering report. Somebody has fudged this together. I spoke with several people about this, and those pictures are not current. How can anybody use taxpayer dollars to fudge a report? I would love to know. And I'm not an attorney, by no means, but I'm not a dummy. This is close to fraud. And taxpayer dollars were used to present this report. Mr. Carl Carver agreed to meet with me and anybody else to talk about this report. He clearly stated he was told what to do. He came out to the park in a Ford pickup truck, looked around with no equipment. There's no digging at Cochran Park. I got a million pictures. There have never been no digging. People came up here and stated they had broken pipes within 5 to 6 years. I've been at Cochran Park for 10 years. Coaches are there 7 days a week, sun up to sundown. Someone is always there. There have not been any digging at Cochran Park. What we have here is a lie. And it's fun about our money. Everybody in the room living in Henry County paid for this lie. And back to my point, Mr. Carl Carver stated to me, sir, I did no digging at Cochran Park. I rode out there in my F-150 Ford truck, and him and another gentleman, and looked around, and he was given a sketch from the county stating where all the pipes was at Cochran Park. He took that along with the pictures that's provided to him and came up with this fudge assessment. We have not had an assessment of Cochran Park to this day. This is not real. I don't know how anybody can sit here and force this down somebody's throat. And you have county people right now in the watershed department are ducking and running. They know it's not real. And some other things I need to talk about, I wasn't going to talk about, but, you know, they need to be known. Me, myself, I have been told I'm at borderline harassing somebody because I asked about county money and how it was spent. And from what I'm understanding, commission's supposed to talk to the citizens about the money they spend that we all contribute to. But this leading up to a point, I guess I want to get arrested because I asked questions about this report. Number two, some of my constituents, along with me, they asked about the report.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So there was a question to extend the time. Is there a motion to extend the time? Okay, sir. We did not get a motion to extend the time, but thank you. Yes, sir.
Manager to address his concerns with regards to the report.
If I just answer this question they asked me, I'm good with that.
Okay. I am not a professional engineer, which is why the county did solicit proposals from all of the engineering firms that were approved by the board for on-call engineering services. To stand here and indicate that the report was fudged, I can't speak to that. A professional engineer stamped the report. Staff was charged with finding out what the repair costs would be for Cochran Park, and we presented that to the board. I can't stand here and defeat back and forth with this individual or with anyone else regarding the report, which is why we did ask to have it done outside of our county staff. Now, we do have a professional engineer that's on staff, and I could have easily asked that professional engineer to give an assessment, but we would be standing here with the same accusations. I want everyone here to know that our staff, and I take that very serious, that it's alleged or there's any accusations that we would have done something unethical or asked an engineer to do something that would have made a report work in any manner. I've expressed that to every individual that has reached out to my office and explained to them the importance of making sure that we did follow a process. I will remind the board that we did have engineering firms that were selected for on-call services, and as a result of that award that was awarded by the Board of Commissioners, Corey Engineering submitted the lowest proposal, and that's who we went with. So any accusations regarding staff doing something unethical, I take that very serious. I will personally reach out to Corey Engineering tomorrow to follow up in terms of the directive that was given by staff, but I have invited others who have asked about Corey Engineering study to request a copy of the proposal from our purchasing department. There are no secrets here. Our staff was asked to look at the property. There were concerns that were raised, and at the initial meeting, I think I spoke to the board. I spoke to the board about the decision to close the park. Our staff is professional individuals, and it's disheartening to have to continuously defend our staff against something that we're just trying to do the right thing. And so I again will express to this board that we did ask Core Engineering to submit, and as did we ask other engineering firms to do that as well. And if I need to provide that information to the board, I certainly can do that. It is public information, and any and everyone that has requested information, we have provided that information, and we're not trying to hide anything. If there are reports that needed to be completed, we've asked the engineering firm to do that. Now, I want the board to understand that in any study, any type of engineering study, there's base information that has to be provided. It's existing conditions. And so there is nothing wrong with staff providing photos to any engineering firm if they're trying to gather the data to develop their actual assessment. So I hope that answers the question. Again, my office is wide open for anyone that has questions regarding this study or anything else. We will provide the information as we have it available.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, thank you. We'll move to our next public comment and look to our county clerk. If you will list the next two individuals, please.
Carolyn Minihan.
We can't hear you very clearly.
Sorry, Carolyn Minihan, Christina Kolpeck, and Robert Kolpeck.
Okay.
I'm Carolyn Manahan. I was originally just going to talk about Cochran Park, but I am really appalled after this meeting and sitting here for a couple of hours and hearing about my district in particular having townhouses, especially when I've seen the video with you saying that you want green space, and having townhouses in the area that I live in is not promoting green space. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is with Cochran Park, you can expand those fields. You can make them for softball as well as for baseball. You're losing revenue. There's a lot of tournaments that happen. I personally go to the tournaments, and I don't even stay in this county on the weekends. I'm up and coming, and I'm spending my dollars up there because down here, we do not have the tournament fields for baseball, softball tournaments. Nobody wants to come down here. If you want smart growth, you need to bring your Fortune 500 industries into this area, not always up to the north side. You need to promote down south. You need to promote better growth other than just small businesses. Small businesses are not going to cut it. People want to work for the large Fortune 500 companies. You need to cut out your trips that you take to Washington on pleasure trips, and because it doesn't benefit all the Henry County residents. You also need to widen the roads that we have in this county, and you need to fix the Parks and Recreation Department that you have now as far as like cleaning up this area. This area has gone downhill. I've been a resident here since 1988. It has never been worse. There needs to be sign control down 138 too. And you need to promote growth. You need to promote the income to come into the county. One time I came here for a meeting and I heard about $1 million homes being built down near Springdale. It's very disheartening to know that your area has now been reduced to R3 houses. That's not growth. There was also supposed to be a Tower of the South at one point. Where's that? I have not seen it. Not seen a technology park either. Where is the money going? We spend all this money for studies and we don't see it. Also, with the proposed R3 buildings that you have down in my area, it's in about another 1,000 cars to the Woodland area. We don't need that. There's too many people. We don't even have the money to support the school that we have today. So I ask you not to promote this R3 building codes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Robert Kolpak, 272 Cotton Indian Creek Road. Tonight I'd witnessed 150K going to the Boys Club, which I'm all for, except the fact that Cochran Park got closed down. It's going to cost $595 to repair, and then Hidden Valley is a joke. It still has not been addressed, and all I get told is it's not in the budget. But we have $150,000 to go to the Boys Club. Again, D, I don't have a problem with the Boys Club. I think it's a great thing, but I also think that the existing park should be precedent. Commissioner Four has a new park proposed. Do you guys know how many people you have working at your parks right now? 12. 12 people for 27 parks. Does that ring in that you don't have enough people at the parks? And we don't spend the money at these parks. Certain parks look great, certain parks look like garbage. Watched a video the other day. I actually saw a commissioner struggle on what C-Click Fix is. And I didn't understand after 9 months in office that you wouldn't know how to call it C-Click Fix. But I do know one thing, City of Stockbridge has this dilapidated structure. There's still a piece of plywood on the wall. There's 4 cars now. Last meeting I was here, there was only 3 cars. Now we've added another car in there. The City of Stockbridge doesn't want to put a forest cleanup ordinance to get this cleaned up, but this is one of our commissioners' houses. And yet sets the standards, wants to put townhouses in our areas and 1,100 square foot townhouses. Thank you for not approving that tonight. Chair Wood, thank you for apologizing for last meeting. I can't see any other way than it was to avoid me speaking. And I don't know why, because if I would get a commissioner to respond on an email or call me, I probably wouldn't come back to these meetings. But because I don't get any kind of conversation with the commissioners, I go through all the channels, then I will keep coming back asking the questions. And I remember that same commissioner saying, I'm not going away. Yeah, good luck, I'm not going away either. And this is a major problem for me. We talked tonight about $300. You guys remember earlier in the meeting, $300 for trash. We're worried about $300, but we weren't worried about spending $2,700 to go to a congressional black caucus in Washington, D.C. Why weren't we? Nobody's mentioned it. Nobody's put it on Facebook. It's all quiet. I guess it's okay. I hope it's legal to be done, because that's just wrong when it only helps out what half the constituents of the county. I don't understand why nobody would answer me at any of these meetings, why we decided to go up to D.C., spend $8,000 when we could have put that at Hidden Valley Park. The picture I showed first was simply a backstop that looks like garbage at the park. Nobody does anything, no money. They closed the basketball courts because we didn't want to fix a little buffer on the side. 4 foot would have leveled it, we would have had a nice basketball goal. I don't like when I tell something that there's something to be a problem and we just close it down. That's not the answer. The study, I don't know if it's wrong or not wrong, and I don't think, I've worked with Sherry, she's a very good woman. I don't know what's happened with that report, but I don't think anybody's dug up anything over there, nobody's pulled any sewer basins up, and there's got to be answers for these kids in the City of Stockbridge. And if there's a hard-on for the City of Stockbridge from the county commissioners, we need to end it. I mean, they won't talk to Vivian about her house and get that fixed, and you know, they won't talk, they're worried about Bruce. Well, let's just all get together and let's get these parks right. It's $595,000 versus $8 million for a proposed park, which would make park number 28, and we only have 12 employees, right? Do we have a plan as a commission to get more employees for these parks? Because, as like the last person said, the parks are really rough and nasty looking. And then, why do we have commissioners thinking that we have to cater to millennials? I know most millennials, they still live in their parents' basement. I don't think that certain areas, there's starter home areas, and I can show the commissioners here where I think would be good spots to start, because there are already starter homes. There are affordable housings, and these condos and the townhomes that do not, 1,100 square foot townhomes, row houses that will catch on fire, not what I want for my area, my county. I work really hard to get what I have, and I don't want to lose it by bringing in substandard housing. So if everybody could help me with that, you know, the next meeting when this thing comes back up, we keep the property value in my area of 346 to 386. That'd be very nice. And maybe some nice acre lots with some nice brick homes. That's all I got tonight. Thank you guys for letting me speak and not changing meeting time.
All right, thank you.
Peck, is she not coming forward? And Carolyn Ingram, I believe she left as well. So the next 3 are Bobby Wilson, Craig Powell, and Elton Alexander. And the last is Lamont Tisby.
Could you?
Good afternoon. I'm Bobby Wilson. I live at 324 North Mill Parkway, which is at the Cotton Fields 2 across from the subdivision we've been talking about today. But I want to talk about something different tonight. And it's about I've never seen most of y'all, period. I've never been in this kind of environment. I trust the government. I've been in this county for over 50 years, and I've trusted everything that's gone on. I've taught my kids to trust everything that's gone on. I've got 3 boys from 36 to 28, and they've been taught, trust the government, trust the people that we've elected as leaders, they'll do the right things. But one thing I've learned in this process, I've been for about 2 months now, I've just been involved and have been watching, been asking questions, been trying to do the things that I was instructed to do. First off, we started talking and I was told, contact the Planning and Zoning Board. I did. They turned around and they responded very well. As a matter of fact, it was the same day. They turned around and told me I needed to contact the staff. I contacted the staff. They responded the next day. I was also told in all of this to contact my commissioner, but also contact all of the other commissioners that was here. I contacted all of you by email. I want to thank you, Commissioner Holmes, for responding back to me. The answer you gave me was exactly what I thought was going to come, but I appreciate the communication that came back. Chairman Wood, I appreciate the communication that you've been able to give me. The rest of y'all, I didn't hear from any one of you. Now, I was told that the main one that needed to contact me was my commissioner. I hadn't heard from her yet. And that is part of the problem of why I'm here today. If I'd have heard from them and had any kind of conversation, I probably would have gotten to the point where it says, okay, we've probably negotiated as much as we possibly can. I trust the commissioners. But with no information and all silence, there wasn't anything else to do but to try and get a bunch of people here tonight to try and voice their opinions that says something ain't right. Now, we've been talking about millennials coming into the area, but we also saw a report tonight that said we grew by 6,000. Well, we're talking about, by the time you add all these things up, we're talking about 1,000 of these houses going up in this area. Do you think all the millennials are going to come to Miller's Mill? This county's very big. I would think that the millennials would be going to other places around the county so that we just didn't build out one area for millennials to come into. And like I said, I got 3 of those millennials. 2 of them were looking for housing that was exactly like the one I got now. They're not the prototype that everybody's sitting here talking about. I just want to, like I said, I thank the ones that are communicating. I encourage the rest of you. Yeah, I might have not have been in your area, but Commissioner Holmes, he told me, this is where you're not in my area. I appreciate what you're talking about, but you need to contact your commissioner. I would have expected the same thing from the others. That's all I would have looked for. But here's the other thing, though. I've been hearing throughout this process that if one commissioner votes for something, the rest of you have agreed that you'll go along with them. Now, I saw a little bit tonight that says that may not be true, but that's what everybody's posting out there, that all you got to do is get one commissioner that says, it's in my area, this is what I want to do, so everybody else is going to vote along with it. That's why nobody's doing this right. We shouldn't have the kinds of arguments going on. We should have a collaboration of some sort. But you can't be doing this if you ain't talking to your constituents. And that's all I'm really asking for you to do. The other thing to this is that when I just had some repair work done in my house, I couldn't find anybody on the south side that could do the work that I really wanted done, and I had to go to the north side. When I went to the north side, I had 3 different contractors come out and working on my house. They all said the same thing. They couldn't believe we had the style and types of housing in our neighborhoods on the south side. They didn't think they existed on the south side. And I heard that from 3 different contractors. Now what we're going to do, bring them into the area and let them see these box things that are sitting on top of each other. Like you said, Mr. Wilson, I mean, there's only going to be a few feet between each one of them. We got to think about that. I do appreciate the fact, Ms. Tompkins, that you were talking about trying to get all 4 sides brick. But putting all 4 sides brick and you still stack them on top of each other, that ain't doing nothing for that area. I hope that I don't have to come back up here again because I like the way the things are. But y'all got to work with this. And I see my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
evening.
I'm not gonna be long.
Your name, sir?
I'm Craig, Coach Craig.
Oh, okay.
At Cochran Park. I'm still just trying to wrap my mind around this situation concerning this park, because, like I said, I'm from South Florida. I've been, I lived all over Florida, and I ain't never seen no backwards county like this. I mean, this county is so backwards. You gotta, for one, I don't have nothing against Ola, but I see where they built, where they in the process of building and extending the baseball park, and they spending $2.9 million there. Okay, that's fine, but the ages are from 11 and up. The saturated areas of baseball are from 5 to 10. You getting rid of a park that's gonna help that saturation whenever it really does hit, like in the springtime. But like I said, I'm just dumbfounded by this, because you wanna take away. I seen where you had on your board about the crime rate, how it's going down and everything. Well, let's keep it like that. Why you want to take away an area where we got a bunch of kids in that area who needs that park, who can't afford to go, don't have rides to go to Hidden Valley. I mean, I just don't understand that. What's the real reason why you don't want baseball in Stockbridge? I mean, you want to get rid of the baseball fields and put prickle, what is it, prickle or pickle? The pickle that you eat? I mean, I don't know what it, pickleball? What is pickleball? I don't believe nobody in here know what that is. I mean, you don't even know what it is, I don't think. But, I don't want to, I'm a little emotional right now, I'm just, I ain't going to say too much. I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. I still don't understand this. How can you close a youth park down and open up a pickleball court, or whatever that is, or what it is, a green space? What? I mean, you wanna stop the kids from having fun for that? Man, this counted backwards, man. I'm through.
Thank you.
I'm Elton Alexander, Stockbridge City Council, 920 Maple Leaf Drive, McDonough, Georgia, Stockbridge city limits. I'm here tonight to support the kids at Cochran Park. We just got to get this right. We got kids out there suffering because of this impasse between the city and the county. I looked at the report. I'm not even going to go into whether the report is legitimate or not. If all $592,000 is actually legitimate, I still say fix the park, because it's the right thing to do. These citizens are county taxpayers and they're city taxpayers. The key words are disrepair and neglect. Whose door that disrepair and neglect lay at? It's your door. There's no doubt about it. This is not a city park. This is a county park. The county failed to maintain the park. You let it fall into disrepair over a number of years. It's like an insult and almost a slap in the face to say, you want to give us this park with $592,000 worth of repairs. Whether that is legitimate or not in the $592,000, I bet that we'll probably replace every pipe in the park. And whether we need to replace every pipe in the park, I'm not real sure about that. But if you want to do the right thing, and that's what your assessment says, replace every pipe in the park, fix it, and make it a best-in-class facility for the test of time to be able to have these young people enjoy a quality park. Stockbridge is the largest city in Henry County, yet we have very few county dollars spent on those amenities and facilities that citizens enjoy. This park is a historic park. It stood the test of time, and it needs for elected leaders to get together and to do the right thing in fixing the park to be in today's standards. We want to make sure that we leave this park for generations to come. It is the only baseball fields in the city of Stockbridge. I hear it so often about how it's a city, the city needs to take care of it. I see parks in Smyrna, in Marietta, in Lawrenceville, in Alpharetta, that those counties pour millions of dollars into. Yet we can't seem to find the money to fix this park in our area. We need to do better. Now, as a city representative, would I be willing to take the park at some point? If we were able to have the park fixed, repaired to the standard that it deserves to be because our citizens have been paying county taxes, yeah, we might be able to consider it at that point. But it is really a slap in the face to say, okay, let me give you this jalopy with $593,000 in repairs, or whatever the repair bill is. Fix it and then turn it over to us if that is the will. That is the right thing to do. It is the only thing to do. We got SPLOST, and I'm out there every day doing the right thing, selling it to the people because it's the right thing to do. There's $200 million that's going to be generated over the next 5 years. Surely we can find $592,000, $400,000, whatever the actual repair cost is to repair this park. We can do that. We can do that together with $200 million coming into this. It almost hurts to say, okay, well, I'm out there selling the SPLOST to folks, but we can't get our park fixed. I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater because there's a lot of good projects. The $22 million aquatic center, outstanding. I talk about it every day. When I'm talking to voters in Stockbridge, I say vote for SPLOST because we need that aquatic center. I say support it because we're going to widen Rock Quarry Road. I say that because I understand without it, it would cripple this county. And we need to make sure that we do the right thing. I do understand that there was a good decision made tonight and that the Panola Mountain Greenway was approved. Is that correct? That's something that we need in this community, the walkability. And as a Arabia Heritage Mountain Board area representative, thank you so much on that behalf.
Thank you.
Board, Chair, how y'all doing this evening?
Good evening.
I'm Lamont Tisby, Kane Creek Estates. Came here tonight on the interest of Cochran Park. I'm a parent there. I have blood equity at that park because my boy enjoys baseball all of a sudden, right? So, of course, I'm going to invest in my son, which means I'm investing in the community, which means we were investing in that park. I don't know all the particulars, all the things you guys have to shoulder with what goes on with the city and county, all that, not my bag. One thing that troubles me a bit is, you know, sitting here tonight, I've participated in a few of these. Been a resident for about 8 years, homeowner, business owner, Stockbridge. But I'm challenged with certain areas of integrity of what's really going on in the community. Is 4 and 5 different numbers. If it's a quote, it's on the paper. My line of work is not too far from that type of profession, so I understand documentation, research and development, civil engineering. So if it's documented, it's documented. We shouldn't have a range of $592,000 to $750,000. That's a lot of money. So as a parent, I feel like I almost have to make a decision on, is this really where I should be raising my child? Do I do another 8 years of residency in Henry County when I'm watching this for like 3 or 4 hours tonight? No personal pun with anybody. But, I mean, I don't know you personally. But as a resident, taxpayer, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person that feel like that with what's left in the room tonight. So, you know, maybe, I don't know how many of you have children in that area. Look like everybody's a little seasoned, so probably not. But it's a factor. You know, if the diversion plan was Hidden Valley, we're participating at Henry Valley. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. The park is not up to par. You know, we have, you know, cleanliness issues and jam-packed on Tuesday and Thursday night. So, and again, if this is short-term, it's short-term, but from a resident standpoint, what are you saying to the people that pay and live in Stockbridge when this is what's going on at a park that's probably 2.6 miles from my house? How am I supposed to explain that to my son? Oh, they closed the park because it's a hole in the parking lot. Dad, the parking lot is huge. I know. That's why the cones are out here. Just something for you guys to think about. That's my 2 cents. I'll take a rebate on the last minute and 45 seconds because I'm tired. So y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you. That concludes our public comments section. And at this time now, we're moving to the commissioner comments section. Are there any commissioner comments to be made? Okay, Commissioner Clemens and I have one as well.
Sherry, Ron and Sherry, I need someone to look at Lester Mill and Bill Gardner. There's been several fatalities in that intersection. I think it was something that happened again last week, and if we could get an accident study and find out what's the best course of action to do there. I think once before, Ron, we had talked about a four-way stop or traffic signal or something, but I would like for us to do an updated plan to find out about the accidents and see what's the best thing. I don't know if it's on our agenda already to address it or what's going on, so I just want to update on that to see what we need to do with that.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Any other commissioner before I go? And I'll be brief. I wanted to address some inaccurate information that has been publicized both in print and also in social media about an inland port coming to Henry County. I know back in March of this year when I was just casting just a concept of what Henry County can look like 30 years ago and 30 years from now, and to talk about safety, especially traffic and truck traffic issues. And it was in that discussion that I was thinking about how an inland port would, could be potentially there in the southern part of the county to help truck traffic from coming through Henry County. And so as a result, I understand that, again, there's been some statements made that there is an inland port coming to Henry County. Well, I wanted to make this clear, and I'm going to give to each of the commissioners, and I'll ask the county clerk if she will come and put this on the desk. But this is a statement from the Georgia Ports Authority. And I asked, I may need to keep one myself, if you'll take that. Can I have one back? Okay. But basically, it states that that there is no inland port coming to Henry County. Again, it was only a concept. There were no designs, there were no plans. This letter is from the Georgia Ports Authority that says that the only inland ports that are being planned are the ones in the northwest, northeast, and central parts of the state, and there is nothing planning to come to Henry County or any other part of the state other than the ones that they have identified here. So if this letter, there's a second graph that actually shows the plans that's coming from the Ports Authority, but I just wanted to make this clear that there is no inland port coming to Henry County. It was just a concept that I know I introduced and made a mention of and even put it in a newsletter, but there were no plans to have an inland port coming to Henry County. And again, this is the confirmation that comes from the Georgia Ports Authority. So I just wanted to make that clear, just to make sure that our citizens and others are getting the correct information. So the only other item I do have as an agenda item, we went to the Association for County Commissioners Legislative Conference, and it was at that conference that the commissioners across the state identified some top legislative agenda items that will be presented at least to some of the legislators, and it's a complete list. There's about 22 items, but the top items that were voted upon is that the commissioners agreed that they definitely want to begin requiring requiring sales tax for online platforms like Amazon and eBay, because right now we're not getting the local tax benefit to that. So we wanted to focus on that. And then the other thing is to increase the share of tag and title fees, because they just wanted to make an increase due to the nature of business being changed. And then there were two things that actually were tied, is they wanted to focus on getting some state funding for bridge improvements and replacement, and then again, the right to place fees on the property tax bill. So again, these were items that came out of there. There were, again, we had some conversations locally still about transportation, and I will tell you that that will still remain a focus. I know regarding the interchange, we've got to move that forward to address the safety and the concerns of freight traffic coming through here, especially now since there's been money moved from the northern part of the state now to help address freight traffic coming from Savannah and through Macon. So again, those were, again, some discussions that have been happening, and just wanted to share that and clarify that with everyone else. So those are my comments from this evening. Any other comments? Commissioner Holmes?
Ask staff about the promotion of SPLOST. You know, it's election time. People are voting now. And it seems like there's not a lot of noise out there about the importance of SPLOST and how we use that money to improve not only our communities, but areas around the county. So if you can address where we are in terms of promotion, what the chamber is doing. I know there's a couple of Facebook pages and a website, but there doesn't seem like a real visual ground game out there telling people that it is election season, and telling people how important it is to continue this 1 cent sales tax.
Commissioner Holmes, I can certainly speak to the chamber being the advocator for the SPLOST program, but county staff cannot utilize county funds for the promotion of our SPLOST program. I would suggest that anyone that's interested in getting more information to reach out to the chamber. I know that they do have a campaign that is ongoing, but I have certainly limited myself from being involved in that just because of the role that I have here at the county. But the chamber does have information that is available that if anyone's interested in obtaining that information, it can certainly be provided through the chamber. So I can certainly make sure that I share that information with the commissioners as well, based on what I've received.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we'll now move into the approval of the minutes. Again, these go back a while back, but one is August the 1st regarding the millage adoption, and then the August 20th regular Board of Commissioners meeting that was held. So were there any revisions or changes to the minutes? Hearing none, the floor is now open for the approval of the minutes.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the minutes are approved. Regarding upcoming meetings and events, the next meeting is scheduled November the 5th at 9:00 a.m., which is a regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting. And then November 19th at 6:30 p.m. is a regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting as well. So at this time, if there's no further business by the board, we'll now call for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Thank you. I didn't see all hands, but I'm assuming they all went up, so thank you.